going on, good people? What's going on, bad? What's happening with you? It's the truth, it's the truth. Period. That's all we have. I'm doing this Grand Theft Auto, and I'm gonna give you some why, and I'm gonna give you some Illuminati. With me telling you a little reasons why, for you to realize that truth is truth, and we've been bullshit like a mother. And I'm just saying, it is what it is. Can't play no game. Can't duck what the truth really is, and you can't be afraid of death, something that's gonna happen to you. You was born here not knowing nothing. So how can you fear something that's gonna happen to you? When you think about it, that's bullshit in itself. We was taught to be stupid. We was taught to believe in a lot of bullshit because we was never taught what the truth really is. What's inside us, being a conscious thinking people living here. So, like right now, a girl character, she waiting for a taxi cab. Guy character, he about to go on a mission. And she just gonna be riding the taxi cab while I get on the mission. Cause I make sure she don't get hurt. No how on the way. To be honest with you, I might just go on the subway. And she can just ride the subway while I do the mission. Every now and then, I'll come by her. But you come my taxi cab right now. Cool. Get out of here. With me. So what she gonna do is, she gonna go to her house. Like while I'm doing a mission, I want y'all to see it. She on her way to her house. And I'm about to do a mission. And while I do the mission,
I'm about to show you a documentary that will change your world. Once you watch this, there is no turning back. You can take the blue pill, the story ends, you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. Or you take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
So y'all go check
I'm only offering you the truth, nothing more. What I am about to show you is a recording from 50 years ago. It was done by Myron Fagan in 1967. This recording is based off the book Pawns in the Game, which originally came out in 1958, written by William Carr.
I'm gonna break it
This
down
book is a must-read for anyone who wants to know the truth and calls himself a truther. I will leave a link down below with a PDF.
So some supplies get handed to you on a plate, others in private military convoy. That's life. Go to the GPS point, get a hold of them somehow, and bring them to the bunker.
This is on page 12 of the PDF. It was written to explain the Luciferian dogma concerning worship of Satan and worship of Lucifer. In it, he said in part, that which we say to the crowd is, we worship God, but it is the God that one worships without superstition. A religion should be, by all us initiates of the high degrees, maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. Yes, Lucifer is God. And unfortunately, Adonai, the name given by the Luciferians to the God we worship, is God also. The absolute can only exist as two gods. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is a hearsay, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil.
And the Creator don't fight at all.
These evil bastards think that Lucifer is their savior instead of Jesus Christ.
That's bullshit too.
And to those of you who do not believe the
Jesus
Bible
Christ
is true,
bullshit too.
Well, these Illuminati who run the entire world
they're the ones that
have all
created
the money
the Bible
and all the power. They believe the Bible is true. They just picked the wrong team to be on.
There ain't no team to be on.
So you think you have more knowledge than these Illuminati?
Yep.
You might want to reconsider that. And also, a special thanks goes out to End Times Productions for adding pictures to this recording to make it more relevant to today's audience. I will leave a link to his channel down below.
Everything is trying to lead you
So
to
the key question
being
is,
on some side.
are you prepared to follow
When
the white
all
rabbit?
that is real is inside
And how
of
far
you.
down the rabbit hole
All
are
the
you
rest of
willing to
it, and the
go?
rabbit hole is the hole.
Let's find out.
You just don't have to go.
Here's the
You just
documentary.
need to know and not be believing some bullshit. And that's the bullshit that they telling you. Like I said again, it's just somebody else's interpretation of what they feel to believe.
This satanic
And I say again, feel to
was
believe.
launched back in the
Because the truth is, and you
1760s
come out of you.
when it first came into existence under the name of the Illuminati. This Illuminati was organized by one Adam Weishaupt, born a Jew, who was converted to Catholicism. And
You in
became a
position?
Catholic priest.
Meriwether are inbound.
And then,
Stop the convoy,
at the
get the
behest
supplies,
of the then
drop them at the
newly
bunker.
organized
Out.
House of Rothschild, defected and organized the Illuminati. Naturally, the Rothschilds financed that operation. And every war since then, beginning with the French Revolution, has been promoted by the Illuminati, operating under various names and guises. I say under various names and guises because after the Illuminati was exposed and became too notorious, Weishaupt and his co-conspirators began to operate under various other names. In the United States, immediately after World War I, they set up what they called the Council on Foreign Relations, commonly referred to as the CFR. And this CFR is actually the Illuminati in the United States. And its hierarchy, the masterminds in control of the CFR, to a very great extent, are the descendants of the original Illuminati conspirators. But to conceal that fact, most of them changed their original family names to American-sounding names. For example, the true name of the Dillons, Clarence and Douglas Dillon, once Secretary of the U.S. Treasury Department, is Lepowski. I'll come back to all this later. There is a similar establishment of the Illuminati in England, operating under the name of the British Institute of International Affairs. There are similar secret Illuminati organizations in France, Germany, and other nations operating under different names. And all these organizations, including the CFR, continuously set up numerous subsidiary or front organizations that are infiltrated into every phase of the various nations' affairs. But at all times, the operations of these organizations were and are masterminded and controlled by the internationalist bankers, who in turn were and are controlled by the Rothschilds. One branch of the Rothschild family had financed Napoleon. Another branch of the Rothschilds, both branches the real masterminds of the Illuminati, financed Britain, Germany, and the other nations in the Napoleonic Wars. Immediately after the Napoleonic Wars, the Illuminati assumed that all the nations were so destitute and so weary of wars that they'd be glad for any solution. So the Rothschild stooges set up what they called the Congress in Vienna, and at that meeting they tried to create the first League of Nations, their first attempted one world government, on the theory that all the crowned heads of European governments were so deeply in debt to them that they would willingly or unwillingly serve as their stooges. But the Tsar of Russia caught the stench of the plot and completely torpedoed it. The enraged Nathan Rothschild, then the head of that dynasty, vowed that someday he or his descendants would destroy the Tsar and his entire family. And his descendants did accomplish that very threat in 1917. At this point, bear in mind that the Illuminati was not set up to operate on a short-range basis. Normally, a conspirator of any type enters into a conspiracy with the expectation of achieving his objective during his own lifetime. But that was not the case with the Illuminati. True, they hoped to accomplish their objective during their lifetime. But, paraphrasing The Show Must Go On, the Illuminati operates on the very long-range basis. Whether it will take scores of years or even centuries, they have dedicated their descendants to keep the plot boiling until they hope the conspiracy is achieved. Now let's go back to the birth of the Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit-trained professor of canon law, teaching in Ingolstadt University when he defected from Christianity to embrace the Luciferian conspiracy. It was in 1770 that the professional moneylenders, the then recently organized House of Rothschild, retained him to revise and modernize the age-old protocols of Zionism, which from the outset was designed to give the synagogue of Satan, so named by Jesus Christ, ultimate world domination, so they could impose the Luciferian ideology upon what would remain of the human race after the final social cataclysm by use of satanic despotism. Weishaupt completed his task May 1st, 1776. Now you know why May 1 is the great day with all communist nations to this very day. That was the day, May 1, 1776, that Weishaupt completed his plan and officially organized the Illuminati to put the plan into execution. That plan required the destruction of all existing governments and religions. That objective was to be reached by dividing the masses of people whom he, Weishaupt, termed Goyim, or human cattle, into opposing camps in ever-increasing numbers on political, social, economic, and other issues. The very conditions we have in our country today. The opposing sides were then to be armed and incidents provided which would cause them to fight and weaken themselves and gradually destroy national governments and religious institutions. Again, I say, the very conditions in the world today. Now, just why did the conspirators choose the word Illuminati for their satanic organization? Weishaupt himself said that the word is derived from Lucifer and means holders of the light, using the lie that his objective was to bring about a one-world government to enable those with mental ability to govern the world and prevent all wars in the future. In short, using the word peace on earth as his bait, exactly as that same bait, peace, was used by the
All right then, that'll keep him busy on the floor.
To foist the United Nations on us. Weishaupt, financed, I repeat, by the Rothschilds, recruited some 2,000 paid followers. These included the most intelligent men in the fields of arts and letters, education, the sciences, finance, and industry. He then established lodges of the Grand Orient, Masonic lodges, to be their secret headquarters. And I again repeat that in all of this he was acting under orders from the House of Rothschild. The main features of the Weishaupt plan of operation required his Illuminati to do the following things to help them to accomplish their purpose. Number one, use monetary and sex bribery to obtain control of men already in high places in the various levels of all governments and other fields of endeavor. Once influential persons had fallen for the lies, deceits, and temptations of the Illuminati, They were to be held in bondage by application of political and other forms of blackmail, threats of financial ruin, public exposure and physical harm, even death, to themselves and loved members of their families. Do you realize how many present top officials in our federal government in Washington are controlled in just that way by the CFR? Number 2, Illuminati on the faculties of colleges and universities were to cultivate students possessing exceptional mental ability, belonging to well-bred families with international leanings, and recommend them for special training in internationalism. Such training was to be provided by granting scholarships to those selected by the Illuminists. That gives you an idea what a Rhodes Scholarship means. It means indoctrination into accepting the idea that only...
Believe me, you do not want to make this handover face-to-face, not with these buyers. Get in a dune buggy and make the dead drops. Quick as you can, or they're going to get pissed.
All such scholars were to be first persuaded and then convinced that men of special talent and brains have the right to rule those less gifted, on the ground that the masses don't know what is best for them physically, mentally, and spiritually. Number 3, all influential people trapped into coming under the control of the Illuminati, plus the students who had been specially educated and trained, were to be used as agents and placed behind the scenes of all governments as experts and specialists, so they would advise the top executives to adopt policies which would, in the long run, serve the secret plans of the Illuminati one-world conspiracy and bring about the destruction of the governments and religions they were elected or appointed to serve. Number 4, perhaps the most vital directive in Weishaupt's plan was to obtain absolute control of the press, at that time the only mass communications media, to distribute information to the public, so that all news and information could be slanted, so that the masses could be convinced that a one-world government is the only solution to our many and varied problems. Now do you know who owns and controls our mass communications media? I'll tell you, practically all the movie lots in Hollywood is owned by the Lehmans, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Goldman Sachs, and other internationalist bankers. All the national radio and TV channels in the nation are owned and controlled by those same internationalist bankers. The same is true of every chain of metropolitan newspapers and magazines, also of the press wire services, such as Associated Press, United Press International, etc. The supposed heads of all those media are merely the fronts for the internationalist bankers, who in turn compose the hierarchy of the CFR, today's Illuminati in America. Now can you understand why the Pentagon's press agent Sylvester so brazenly proclaimed that the government has the right to lie to the people? What he really meant was that our CFR-controlled government had the power to lie to and be believed by the brainwashed American people. And let's again go back to the first days of the Illuminati. Because Britain and France were the two greatest world powers in the late years of the 18th century, Weishaupt ordered the Illuminati to foment the colonial wars, including our Revolutionary War, to weaken the British Empire and organize the French Revolution to destroy the French Empire. He scheduled the French Revolution to start in 1789. However, in 1784, a true act of God placed the Bavarian government in possession of evidence which proved the existence of the Illuminati, and that evidence could have saved France if they, the French government, hadn't refused to believe it. Here is how that act of God happened. It was in 1874 that Weishaupt issued his orders for the French Revolution.
A German
writer named Zweig put it into book form. It contained the entire Illuminati story and Weishaupt's plans. A copy of this book was sent to the Illuminists in France, headed by Robespierre, whom Weishaupt had delegated to foment the French Revolution. The courier was struck and killed by lightning as he rode through Raleston on his way from Frankfurt to Paris. The police found the subversive documents on his body and turned them over to the proper authorities. After careful study of the plot, the Bavarian government ordered the police to raid Weishaupt's newly organized lodges of the Grand Orient and the homes of his most influential associates. All additional evidence thus discovered convinced the authorities the documents were genuine copies of the conspiracy by which the Illuminati planned to use wars and revolutions to bring about the establishment of a one-world government, the powers of which they, headed by the Rothschilds, intended to usurp as soon as it was established. Exactly in line with the United Nations plot of today. In 1785, the Bavarian government outlawed the Illuminati and closed the lodges of the Grand Orient. In 1786, they published all the details of the conspiracy. The English title of that publication is The Original Writings of the Order and Sect of the Illuminati. Copies of the entire conspiracy were sent to all the heads of church and state in Europe. But the power of the Illuminati, which was actually the power of the Rothschilds, was so great that this warning was ignored. Nevertheless, Illuminati became a dirty word, and it went underground. At the same time, Weishaupt ordered Illuminists to infiltrate into the lodges of Blue Masonry and form their own secret societies within all secret societies. Only Masons who proved themselves internationalists and those whose conduct proved they had defected from God were initiated into the Illuminati. Thenceforth, the conspirators donned the cloak of philanthropy and humanitarianism to conceal their revolutionary and subversive activities. In order to infiltrate into Masonic lodges in Britain, Weishaupt invited John Robison over to Europe. Robison was a high-degree Mason in the Scottish Rite. He was a professor of natural philosophy at Edinburgh University and secretary of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Robison did not fall for the lie that the objective of the Illuminati was to create a benevolent dictatorship. But he kept his reactions to himself so well that he was entrusted with a copy of Weishaupt's revised conspiracy for study and safekeeping.
Once you open your eyes to seeing what the truth is,
because the heads of state and church in France were
not outside
into ignoring the warnings given, the revolution broke out in 1789 as scheduled by Weishaupt. In order to alert other governments to their danger, in 1798 Robison published a book entitled Proof of a Conspiracy to Destroy All Governments and Religions. But his warnings were ignored, exactly as our American people have been ignoring all warnings about the United Nations and the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR. Now here is something that will stun and very likely outrage many who hear this. But there is documentary proof that our own Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton became students of Weishaupt's. Jefferson was one of Weishaupt's strongest defenders when he was outlawed by his government. And it was Jefferson who infiltrated the Illuminati into the then newly organized lodges of the Scottish Rite in New England. Here is the proof. In 1789, John Robison warned all Masonic leaders in America that the Illuminati had infiltrated into their lodges. And on July 19, 1789, David Papin, president of Harvard University, issued the same warning to the graduating class and lectured them on the influence Illuminism was acquiring on American politics and religion. And to top it off, John Quincy Adams, who had organized the New England Masonic...
You know what the techs of the lab are really itching to break down? A tank. We found the mother lode, so go out there and bring them in.
Mason, in which he exposed how Jefferson was using Masonic lodges for subversive, Illuministic purposes. Those 3 letters are at this very time in Rittenberg Square Library in Philadelphia. In 1826, one Captain William Morgan decided it was his duty to inform all Masons and the general public what the full truth was regarding the Illuminati, their secret plans and intended objectives. Also reveal the identities of the masterminds of the conspiracy. The Illuminati promptly tried Morgan in absentia and convicted him of treason. They ordered one Richard Howard, an English Illuminist, to carry out their sentence of execution as a traitor. Morgan was warned and he tried to escape to Canada, but Howard caught up with him near the border, near the Niagara Gorge, to be exact, where he murdered him. This was verified in a sworn statement made in New York by one Avery Allen to the effect that he heard Howard render his report of the execution to a meeting of Knights Templars in St. John's Hall, New York. He also told how arrangements had been made to ship Howard back to England. That Allen affidavit is on record in New York City archives. Very few Masons and very few of the general public know that general disapproval over that incident of murder caused approximately half of all the Masons in the northern jurisdiction of the United States to secede. Copies of the minutes of the meeting held to discuss that matter are still in existence in safe hands, and that all that secrecy emphasizes the power of the masterminds of the Illuminati to prevent such terrible events of history from being taught in our schools. The Rothschilds decided that to keep the plot alive, they'd have to do it by heightening their control of the money systems of the European nations. Earlier, by a ruse, the outcome of the Battle of Waterloo had been falsified. Rothschild had spread a story that Napoleon had won that battle. That had precipitated a terrific panic on the stock market in England. All stocks had plummeted down to practically zero, and Nathan Rothschild bought all the stocks for virtually a penny on its dollar value.
Wow.
That gave him complete control of the economy of Britain and virtually of all Europe. So immediately after that Congress in Vienna had boomeranged,
Now these bitches got us working like slaves, and they got big money on our Social Security card, and we can't use the money off of the Social Security card until we die, and the money go to them.
He engineered
That's
our
some
own
bullshit.
Federal Reserve Act, which gave the House of Rothschild a secret control of the economy in the United States. Weishaupt died in 1830, but prior to his death, he prepared a revised version of the age-old conspiracy, the Illuminati, which, under various aliases, was to organize, finance, direct, and control all international organizations and groups by working their agents into executive positions at the top. In the United States, we have Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Roosevelt, Jack Kennedy,
Merriweather, because security is a private matter. What can I do for you?
McNamara, Fulbright,
Your Merriweather air team is
etc.
on its
as
way.
prime examples. In addition, while Karl Marx was writing the Communist Manifesto under the direction of one group of Illuminists, Professor Karl Ritter of Frankfurt University was writing
The cavalry has
Antithesis
arrived.
under direction of another group. The idea was that those who direct the overall conspiracy could use the differences in those two so-called ideologies to enable them to divide larger and larger members of the human race into opposing camps so that they could be armed and then brainwashed into fighting and destroying each other, and particularly to destroy all political and religious institutions. The work Ritter started was continued after his death and completed by the German so-called philosopher Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, who founded Nietzscheism. This Nietzscheism was later developed into fascism and then into Nazism, and was used to foment World Wars I and II. In 1834, the Italian revolutionary leader, Giuseppe Mazzini, was selected by the Illuminati to direct their revolutionary program throughout the world. He served in that capacity until he died in 1872. But some years before he died, Mazzini had enticed an American general named Albert Pike into the Illuminati. Pike was fascinated by the idea of a one-world government, and ultimately he became the head of this Luciferian conspiracy.
Pike.
Between 1859 and 1871, he, Pike, worked out a military blueprint for 3 world wars and various revolutions throughout the world.
Our job here is done. Moving out.
Conspirators were never concerned with immediate success. They always operated on a long-range view. Pike did most of his work in his home in Little Rock, Arkansas. But a few years later, when the Illuminati's lodges of the Grand Orient became suspect and repudiated because of Mazzini's revolutionary activities in Europe, Pike organized what he called the New and Reformed Palladian Rite. He set up 3 Supreme Councils, one in Charleston, South Carolina, one in Rome, Italy, and the 3rd in Berlin, Germany. He had Mazzini establish 23 subordinate councils in strategic locations throughout the world. These have been the secret headquarters of the world revolutionary movement ever since. Long before Marconi invented radio, the scientists in the Illuminati had found the means for Pike and the heads of his councils to communicate secretly. It was the discovery of that secret that enabled intelligence officers to understand how apparently unrelated incidents, one such as the assassination of an Austrian prince at Sarajevo, took place simultaneously throughout the world, which developed into a war or a revolution. Pike's plan was as simple as it has proved effective. It called for communism, Nazism, political Zionism, and other international movements be organized and used to foment 3 global world wars and at least 2 major revolutions. The First World War was to be fought so as to enable the Illuminati to destroy Tsarism in Russia, as vowed by Rothschild after the Tsar had torpedoed his scheme at the Congress in Vienna, and to transform Russia into a stronghold of atheistic communism. The differences stirred up by agents of the Illuminati between the British and German empires were to be used to foment this war. After the war would be ended, communism was to be built up and used to destroy other governments and weaken religions. World War II, when and if necessary, was to be fomented by using the controversies between fascists and political Zionists. And here let it be noted that Hitler was financed by Krupp, the Warburg, the Rothschilds, and other internationalist bankers, and that the slaughter of the supposed 600,000 Jews by Hitler didn't bother the Jewish internationalist bankers at all. That slaughter was necessary in order to create worldwide hatred of the German people and thus bring about the war against them. In short, this Second World War was to be fought to destroy Nazism and to increase the power of political Zionism so that the State of Israel could be established in Palestine. As we know now, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin put that exact policy into effect, And Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson continued that same exact policy. World War III is to be fomented by using the so-called controversies. The agents of the Illuminati, operating under whatever new name, are now stirring up between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Muslim world. That war is to be directed in such a manner that all of Islam and political Zionism, Israel, will destroy each other, while at the same time, the remaining nations, once more divided on this issue, will be forced to fight themselves into a state of complete exhaustion, physically, mentally, spiritually, and economically. Now, can any thinking person doubt that the intrigue now going on in the near, middle, and far east is designed to accomplish that satanic objective? Pike himself foretold all this in a statement he made to Mazzini on August 15, 1871. Pike stated those who will inspire to undisputed world domination will provoke the greatest social cataclysm the world has ever known. Quoting his own words, taken from the letter he wrote to Mazzini, and which letter is now catalogued in the British Museum in London, England, he said, "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a great social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to all nations the effect of absolute atheism, the origin of savagery, and of most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere, the people forced to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitudes disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will be from that moment on without direction and leadership, and anxious for an ideal but without knowledge where to send its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into public view, a manifestation which will result from a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time." When Mazzini died in 1872, Pike made another Italian revolutionary leader named Adrian Lemmy his successor. Lemmy, in turn, was succeeded by Lenin and Trotsky, then by Stalin. The revolutionary activities of all those men were financed by British, French, German, and American international bankers, all of them dominated by the House of Rothschild.
The truth is in you.
We are supposed to believe that the international bankers of today, like the money changers of Christ's day, are only the tools or agents of the great conspiracy. But actually, they are the masterminds behind all of it. While the general public has been brainwashed by all the mass communications media, the actual fact is that both British and American intelligence officers have authentic documentary evidence that international liberals, operating through their international banking houses, particularly the House of Rothschild, have financed both sides in every war and revolution since 1776. Those who today comprise the conspiracy, the CFR in the United States, direct our governments, whom they hold in usury through such methods as the Federal Reserve System in America, to fight wars such as Vietnam, created by the United Nations, so as to further Pike's Illuminati plans to bring the world to that stage of the conspiracy. The headquarters of the great conspiracy in the late 1700s was in Frankfurt, Germany, where the House of Rothschild had been established by Mayer Anschelm, who adopted the Rothschild name and linked together other international financiers who had literally sold their souls to the devil. After the
Good work. That's what these labs run on.
In 1786, the conspirators moved their headquarters to Switzerland, then to London. Since World War II, after Jacob Schiff the Rothschilds' boy in America died, the headquarters of the American branch has been in the Harold Pratt Building, New York, and the Rockefellers, originally protégés of Schiff, have taken over the manipulation of finances in America for the Illuminati. In the final phases of the conspiracy, the one world government will consist of the king dictator, head of the United Nations, the CFR, and a few billionaires, economists, and scientists who have proved their devotion to the great conspiracy. All others are to be integrated into a vast conglomeration of mongrelized humanity, actually slaves. Now let me show you how our federal government and the American people have been sucked into the one world takeover plot of the Illuminati Great Conspiracy. And always bear in mind that the United Nations was created to become the housing for that one world so-called liberal conspiracy. The real foundations of the...
I'll stop it right there to say this. We was taught to be stupid to this bullshit. Because we were taught to be sheeple and have to have somebody be a president. What the fuck? We are not kids. We are responsible for our kids. We are responsible for ourselves. The Creator is not God, Jesus. That's some man-made up bullshit. You hearing how they plotting against us since birth on this bitch. All because when you first born here, you don't know shit. You gotta go by the shit that you're taught to. Go by. Think about it. A lot of us don't think about it. We just do what people say do, and not realize that a lot of people ain't telling the truth. A lot of people lying about a lot of things, and it is what it is, and the truth is the truth. We gotta come together against all this bullshit, cause that's all it is. A whole bunch of man-made up bullshit. And a lot of y'all see bullshit, but don't want to live there and face the bullshit. Want to live there and say, it's God's will. It's the devil. Always want to have something to blame shit on instead of taking responsibility that it's fucking people that's doing this bullshit to other fucking people. It ain't no fucking devil putting no gun to their fucking head for them doing the fucked up shit that they're doing. It's fucking people using their choice from the Creator to create madness. Stop being stupid. Stop believing the bullshit off of the fucking TV set. They tell lies to your fucking vision. Walt Disney. That's the most bullshit of all the bullshit. It's all make-believe here. Boy. We was taught to be real stupid people, and we holding on to being stupid real good. Like sheep. Wow. It hurts me that he must constantly always talking about what love really is. It's the Creator, baby. It's that unconditional feeling that you just can't control. Because it's only shared truly between two people. A man and a woman. We are descendants from two loving people to tribes starting bullshit. And the bullshit is fighting over shit. Once shit was starting to be created, shit that glitter and gold, glitter and gold, that shit they'll fuck people up. Cause that's when they wanted to be in control. Wanted to slave people over some of the shit that they know, just because fucking people didn't know some of the shit that they know. And that's the bullshit that I say that's fucked up. And a lot of y'all do know the truth is the truth. bullshit yourself. We've been bullshitting ourselves long enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We've been bullshitting ourselves far too long. Far too long. Stop right here. I want to get that 30 minutes. Get that 30 minutes on the bottom one. Cause that's the one Donald Elder put on YouTube to go with the top one. Cause I already know they're gonna lay up there and mix shit, so I'm gonna always have it in my archives on my own memory. Shit. Because, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do for the truth to be out. Oh snap. It's on and popping. Did that one. That's just the other one. So I can get pictures of that. That's another picture of this. I can get a screenshot picture of it. Yeah, buddy. I can get a screenshot picture of it. Damn.
Okay, I'll have you there in no time. We're just above the smog line.
Plots for the takeover of the United States were laid during the period of our Civil War. Not that Weishaupt and the earlier masterminds had ever overlooked the New World. As I have previously indicated, Weishaupt had his agents planted over here as far back as the Revolutionary War.
And you wouldn't even know it.
But George Washington was more than a match for them. It was during the Civil War that the conspirators launched their first concrete efforts. We know that Judah Benjamin, chief advisor of Jefferson Davis, was a Rothschild agent. We also know that there were Rothschild agents planted in Abraham Lincoln's cabinet who tried to sell him into a financial dealing with the House of Rothschild. But old age saw through the scheme and bluntly rejected it, thereby incurring the undying enmity of the Rothschilds, exactly as the Russian Tsar did when he torpedoed their first League of Nations at the Congress in Vienna. Investigation of the assassination of Lincoln revealed that the assassin, Booth, was a member of a secret conspiratorial group. Because there were a number of highly important government officials involved, the name of the group was never revealed, and it became a mystery, exactly as the assassination of Jack Kennedy still is a mystery. The ending of the Civil War destroyed, temporarily, all chances of the House of Rothschild to get a clutch on our money system, such as they had acquired in Britain and other nations in Europe. I say temporarily because the Rothschilds and the masterminds of the conspiracy never quit. So they had to start from scratch, but they lost no time in getting started. Shortly after the Civil War, a young immigrant who called himself Jacob H. Schiff arrived in New York. Jacob was a young man with a mission for the House of Rothschild. Jacob was the son of a rabbi, born in one of Rothschild's houses in Frankfurt, Germany. I won't go deeply into his background. The important point is that Rothschild recognized in him not only a potential money wizard, but more important, he also saw the latent Machiavellian qualities in Jacob that could, as it did, make him an invaluable functionary in the great one-world conspiracy. After a comparatively brief training period in the Rothschilds' London bank, Jacob left for America with instructions to buy into a banking house, which was to be the springboard to acquire control of the money system of the United States. Actually, Jacob came here to carry out 4 specific assignments. Number 1, and most important, was to acquire control of America's money system. Number 2, find desirable men who, for a price, would be willing to serve as stooges for the great conspiracy and promote them into high places in our federal government, our Congress, in the U.S. Supreme Court, and all federal agencies. Number 3, create minority group strife throughout the nations, particularly between whites and blacks. Number 4, create a movement to destroy religion in the United States, but Christianity to be the chief target. Now, the vast majority of the American people think that the Federal Reserve System is a United States government-owned agency. That is positively false. All of the stock of the Federal Reserve banks is owned by the member banks, and the heads of the member banks are all members of the hierarchy of the great Illuminati conspiracy known today as the CFR. The details of that act of treason in which many traitorous so-called Americans participated are far too long for this recording. Now, if you think that those aliens and their by accident of birth American co-conspirators would be content with just the control of our money system, you're in for another very sad shock. The Federal Reserve System gave the conspirators complete control of our money system, but it in no way touched the earnings of the people, because the Constitution positively forbids what is now known as the 20% withholding tax. But the Illuminati blueprint for one-world enslavement called for the confiscation of all private property and control of individual earning powers. This, and Karl Marx stressed that feature in his blueprint, had to be accomplished by a progressive graduated income tax. As I stated, such a tax could not lawfully be imposed upon the American people. It is succinctly and expressly forbidden by our Constitution. Thus, only an amendment to the Constitution could give the federal government such confiscatory powers. Well, that too was not an insurmountable problem for our Machiavellian plotters. The same elected leaders in both houses of Congress And the same Mr. Woodrow Wilson, who signed the infamous Federal Reserve Act into law, amended the Constitution to make the federal income tax, known as the 16th Amendment, a law of the land. Both are illegal under our Constitution. In short, the same traitors signed both betrayals, the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment, into law. However, it seems that nobody ever realized that the 16th Amendment was set up to rob, and I do mean rob, the people of their earnings via the income tax provision. The plotters didn't fully use that provision until World War II, when that great humanitarian, Franklin Roosevelt, applied a 20% withholding tax on all small wage earners.
Okay, the work's been done. Take the car to the buyer and don't let another organization get in the way.
He faithfully promised that it would be only for the duration of the war. But what was a promise to such a charlatan who in 1940, when he was running for his third term, kept proclaiming, "I say again and again and again that I will never send American boys to fight on foreign soil"? Remember? He was proclaiming that even as he was already preparing to plunge us into World War II by enticing the Japanese into that sneak attack on Pearl Harbor to furnish him with his excuse. And before I forget, let me remind you that another charlatan named Woodrow Wilson used exactly that same campaign slogan in 1916. His slogan was, "Re-elect the man who will keep your sons out of the war." Exactly the same formula, exactly the same promises. But wait, as Al Jolson used to say, you ain't heard nothing yet. That 16th Amendment income tax trap was intended to confiscate, rob, the earnings only of the common herd, you and me. It was not intended to even touch the huge incomes of the Illuminati gang, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Lehmans, and all the other conspirators. So together with that 16th Amendment, they created what they called the tax-free foundations. That would enable the conspirators to transform their huge wealth into such so-called foundations and avoid payment of virtually all income taxes. The excuse for it was that the earnings of those tax-free foundations would be devoted to humanitarian philanthropy. So we now have the several Rockefeller foundations, the Carnegie Endowment Fund, the Ford Foundation, the Mellon Foundation, and hundreds of similar tax-free foundations.
Bullshit. But we can't get no fucking foundation. Ain't that a bitch?
Well, they finance all the civil rights groups that are creating all the chaos and rioting all over the country. In short, the tax-free foundation finance those who are doing the job for the Illuminati Great Conspiracy. Our CFR Illuminati-controlled federal government can grant tax-free status to all foundations and pro-red one-word outfits, such as the Fund for the Republic. But if you, or a patriotic pro-organization, is too outspokenly pro-American, they can terrify and intimidate you by finding a misplaced comma in your income tax report and by threatening you with penalties, fines, and even prison. Future historians will wonder how the American people could have been so naive and stupid as to have permitted such audaciously brazen acts of treason as the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment. Well, they were not naive and they were not stupid. The answer is they trusted the men they elected to safeguard our country and our people. And they just didn't have even an inkling about either betrayal until after each one had been accomplished. It was the Illuminati-controlled mass communications media that kept and is keeping our people naive and stupid and unaware of the treason being committed. Now the great question is, when will the people wake up?
We've sent a car. Should be with you soon.
What George Washington and our founding fathers would have done to Benedict Arnold. Actually, Benedict Arnold was a petty traitor compared to our present traitors in Washington. Now let's let's go back to
Okay,
the
we did it. That one's going on the balance sheet for next quarter.
By the passage of the Federal Reserve Act of the 16th Amendment. With Wilson completely under their control, the masterminds of the Great Conspiracy put in motion their next, and what they hoped would be their final steps to achieve their one-world government. The first of those steps was to be World War I. Why war? Simple. The only excuse for a one-world government is that it will supposedly ensure peace. The only thing that can make people cry for peace is war. War brings chaos, destruction, exhaustion, to winner as well as to loser. It brings economic ruin to both. Most important, it destroys the flower of the young manhood of both. To the saddened and heartbroken oldsters, the mothers and fathers, who are left with nothing but memories of their beloved sons, peace becomes worth any price. And that is the emotion upon which the conspirators depend for the success of their satanic plot. Throughout the 19th century, from 1814 to 1914, the world as a whole was at peace. Such wars as the Franco-Prussian, our own Civil War, the Russo-Japanese War, were what might be termed local disturbances that did not affect the rest of the world. All the great nations were prosperous, the peoples staunchly nationalistic and fiercely proud of their sovereignties. It was utterly unthinkable that the French and the German peoples would be willing to live under a one-world government, or the Turks and the Russians, or the Chinese and the Japanese. Even more unthinkable that a Kaiser Wilhelm, or a Franz Joseph, or a Tsar Nicholas, or any monarch, would willingly and meekly surrender his throne to a one-world government. But bear in mind that the peoples in all nations are the real power, and only one thing, war, could make the peoples yearn and clamor for a peace-ensuring one-world government. But it would have to be a frightful and horribly devastating war. It could not be just a local disturbing war between just two nations. It would have to be a world war. No major nation must be left untouched by the horrors and devastation of such a war. The cry for peace must be made universal. Wow. Actually, that was the format set by the Illuminati and Nathan Rothschild at the turn of the 19th century. They first maneuvered all of Europe into the Napoleonic Wars. Then the Congress in Vienna, which they, and particularly Rothschild, planned to transform into a League of Nations, which was to have been the housing for their one-world government, exactly as the present United Nations was set up to be the housing for the forthcoming, God forbid, one-world government. Anyway, that was the format the House of Rothschild and Jacob Schiff decided to employ to achieve their objective in 1914. Of course, they knew that that same format had failed in 1814, but they theorized that was only because the Tsar of Russia had torpedoed that scheme. Well, the present 1914 conspirators would eliminate that 1814 fly in the ointment. They'd make sure that after the New World War, they were conspiring there'd be no Tsar of Russia around to throw monkey wrenches into the machinery. History records that World War I was precipitated by a trivial incident, the kind of incident both Weishaupt and Albert Pike had incorporated in their blueprints. That incident was the assassination of an Austrian archduke, arranged by the Illuminati masterminds. The war followed. It involved Germany, Austria-Hungary, and their allies, so-called the Axis powers, against France, Britain, and Russia, called the Allies. Only the United States was not involved during the first 2 years. By 1917, the conspirators had achieved their primary objective. All of Europe was in a state of destitution. All the peoples were war-weary and crying for peace. And the outcome, too, was all set. It was to come as soon as the United States would be hurled in on the side of the Allies. And that was all set to happen immediately after Wilson's re-election. After that, there could be only one outcome: complete victory for the Allies. When Wilson was campaigning for re-election in 1916, his chief appeal was, re-elect the man who will keep your sons out of the war. But during that same campaign, the Republican Party publicly charged that Wilson had long committed himself to throw us into the war. They charged that if he would be defeated, he would accomplish that act during his few remaining months in office. But if re-elected, he would hold off until after re-election. But at that time, the American people looked upon Wilson as a God-man. Well, Wilson was re-elected, and as per the schedule of the conspirators, he hurled us into the war in 1917. He used the sinking of the Lusitania as an excuse, a sinking which also was prearranged. Roosevelt, also a God-man in the eyes of the American people, followed the same technique in 1941 when he used the prearranged Pearl Harbor attack as his excuse for hurling us into World War II. Now, exactly as the conspirators planned, victory for the Allies would eliminate all the monarchs of the defeated nations and leave all their peoples leaderless, confused, bewildered, and perfectly conditioned for the one-world government the great conspiracy intended would follow. But there still would be an obstacle, the same obstacle that had balked the Illuminati and Rothschild at that Congress in Vienna peace gathering after the Napoleonic Wars. Russia would be on the winning side this time, as it was in 1814. Therefore, the Tsar would be securely on his throne. Here it is pertinent to note that Russia, under the Tsarist regime, had been the one country in which the Illuminati had never made any headway, nor had the Rothschilds ever been able to infiltrate their banking interests. Thus, a winning Tsar would be more difficult than ever to cope with. Even if he could be enticed into a so-called League of Nations, it was a foregone conclusion that he would never, but never go for a one-world government. So even before the outbreak of World War I, the conspirators had a plan in the making to carry out Nathan Rothschild's vow of 1814, to destroy the Tsar and also murder all possible royal heirs to the throne. And it would have to be done before the close of the war, and the Russian Bolsheviki were to be their instruments in this particular plot. From the turn of the century, the chiefs of the Bolsheviki were Nikolai Lenin, Leon Trotsky, and later Joseph Stalin. Of course, those were not their true family names. Prior to the outbreak of the war, Lenin headquartered in Paris. After the outbreak, Switzerland became his haven. Trotsky's headquarters were on the Lower East Side in New York, largely the habitat of Russian Jewish refugees. Both Lenin and Trotsky were similarly bewhiskered and unkempt. In those days, that was the badge of Bolshevism. Both lived well, yet neither had a regular occupation. Neither had any visible means of support, yet both always had plenty of money. All those mysteries were solved in 1917. Right from the outset of the war, strange and mysterious goings-on were taking place in New York. Night after night, Trotsky darted furtively in and out of Jacob Schiff's palatial mansion. And in the dead of those same nights, there were gatherings of hoodlums of New York's Lower East Side, all of them Russian refugees, at Trotsky's headquarters, and all were going through some mysterious sort of training process. But it was all shrouded in mystery. Nobody talked, although it did leak out that Schiff was financing all of Trotsky's activities. Then suddenly Trotsky vanished. So did approximately 300 of his trained hoodlums. Actually, they were on the high seas in a Schiff-chartered ship bound for a rendezvous with Lenin and his gang in Switzerland. And on that ship was $20 million in gold. The $20 million Schiff provided to finance the Bolsheviki takeover of Russia. In anticipation of Trotsky's arrival, Lenin prepared to throw a party in his Switzerland hideaway. Men of the very highest places in the world were to be guests at that party. Among them were the mysterious Colonel Edward Mandell House, Woodrow Wilson's mentor and palsy-walsy, and more important, Schiff's special and confidential messenger. Another of the expectant guests was Warburg of the Warburg banking clan in Germany, who were financing the Kaiser, and whom the Kaiser had rewarded by making him chief of the secret police of Germany. In addition, there were the Rothschilds of London and Paris, also Litvinov, Kaganovich, Stalin, who was then head of a train and bank-robbing gang of bandits. He was known as the Jesse James of the Urals. And here I must remind that England and France were then long in war with Germany, and that on February 3, 1917, Wilson had broken off all diplomatic relations with Germany. Therefore, Warburg, Colonel House, the Rothschild, and all those others were enemies. But of course, Switzerland was neutral ground where enemies could meet and be friends, especially if they had some scheme in common. That Lenin party was very nearly wrecked by an unforeseen incident. The Schiff-chartered ship on its way to Switzerland was intercepted and taken into custody by a British warship. But Schiff quickly rushed orders to Wilson to order the British to release the ship intact with the Trotsky hoodlums and the gold. Wilson obeyed. He warned the British that if they refused to release the ship, the United States would not enter the war in April, as he had faithfully promised a year earlier. The British heeded the warning. Trotsky arrived in Switzerland, and the Lenin party went off as scheduled. But they still faced what ordinarily would have been the insurmountable obstacle of getting the Lenin-Trotsky band of terrorists across the border into Russia. Well, that's where Brother Warburg, chief of the German secret police, came in. He loaded all those thugs into sealed freight cars and made all the necessary arrangement for their secret entry into Russia. The rest is history. The revolution in Russia took place, and all members of the royal Romanov family were murdered. Now, my chief objective is to establish beyond even a remote doubt that communism, so-called, is an integral part of the Illuminati's great conspiracy for the enslavement of the entire world. That communism, so-called, is merely their weapon and bogeyman word to terrify the peoples of the whole world, and that the conquest of Russia and the creation of communism was in great part organized by Schiff and the other international bankers right in our own city of New York. Charlie Knickerbocker, a Hearst newspaper columnist, published an interview with John Schiff, grandson of Jacob, in which young Schiff confirmed the entire story and named the figure old Jacob contributed, $20 million. If anybody still has even a remote doubt that the entire menace of communism was created by the masterminds of the great conspiracy right in our own city of New York, I will cite the following historical fact. All records show that when Lenin and Trotsky engineered the capture of Russia, they operated as heads of the Bolsheviki party. Now, Bolshevism is a purely Russian word. The masterminds realized that Bolshevism could never be sold as an ideology to any but the Russian people. So in April 1918, Jacob Schiff dispatched Colonel House to Moscow with orders to Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin to change the name of their regime to the Communist Party and to adopt the Karl Marx Manifesto as the constitution of the Communist Party. Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin obeyed. And that year of 1918 was when the Communist Party and the menace of communism came into being. All this is confirmed in Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, 5th edition. In short, communism was created by the capitalists. Thus, until November 11, 1918, the entire fiendish plan of the conspirators worked perfectly. All the great nations, including the United States, were war-weary, devastated, mourning their dead. Peace was the great universal desire. Thus, when it was proposed by Wilson to set up a League of Nations to ensure peace, all the great nations, with no Russian czar to stand in their way, jumped on that bandwagon without even stopping to read the fine print in that insurance policy. That is all but one, the United States, the very one that Schiff and his co-conspirators least expected would balk. And that was their one fatal mistake in that early plot. You see, when Schiff planted Woodrow Wilson in the White House, the conspirators assumed that they had the United States in the proverbial bag. Wilson had been perfectly built up as a great humanitarian. He supposedly became established as a God-man with the American people. There was every reason for the conspirators to have believed that he would easily hornswoggle Congress into buying the League of Nations sight unseen, exactly as the Congress of 1945 bought the United Nations sight unseen. But there was one man in the Senate in 1918 who saw through that scheme, just as the Russian Tsar did in 1814. He was a man of great political stature, almost as great as that of Teddy Roosevelt, and fully as astute. He was highly respected and trusted by all members of both houses of Congress and by the American people. The name of that great and patriotic American was Henry Cabot Lodge, not the phony of today who called himself Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. until he was exposed. Lodge completely unmasked Wilson and kept the United States out of the League of Nations. Here it becomes of great interest to know the real reason for the Wilson League of Nations flop. As I previously stated, Schiff was sent to the United States to carry out 4 specific assignments. Number 1 and most important was to acquire complete control of the U.S. money system. Number 2, as outlined in the original Weishaupt Illuminati blueprint, he was to find the right kind of men to serve as stooges for the great conspiracy.
Stooges, that's what you are.
The highest offices
you
in our federal government, our Congress, our U.S. Supreme
that's
Court,
working
and
these
all
jobs
federal
that you know that's fucking over
such
people.
as the State
You're
Department,
nothing but
Pentagon, the
stooges.
Treasury
When they
Department,
get finished
etc.
using you, they gonna fire you, and then you gonna be right where we
by
at.
creating minority group
Shit
strife
is
throughout the
stupid when you
nation,
look at it.
especially between the whites and blacks as outlined in Israel Cohen's book. Number 4, create a movement to destroy religion in the United States, with Christianity to be the chief target or victim. In addition, he was strongly reminded of the imperative directive in the Illuminati blueprint to achieve full control of all mass communications media, to be used to brainwash the people into believing and accepting all of the maneuverings of the great conspiracy. Schiff was warned that only control of the press, at that time our only mass communications media, would enable him to destroy the unity of the American people. Now then, Schiff and his co-conspirators did set up the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of the Colored People, in 1909. And in 1913 he set up the Anti-Defamation League of the B'nai B'rith. Both were to create the necessary strife. But in the early years, the ADL operated very timidly, perhaps for fear of a pogrom-like action by an aroused and enraged American people. In addition, he, Schiff, was busy developing and infiltrating the stooges to serve in all high places in our Washington government, and in the job of acquiring control of our money system and the creation of the 16th Amendment. He also was very busy with the organizing of the plot for the takeover of Russia. In short, he was kept so busy with all those jobs that he completely overlooked the supreme job of acquiring complete control of our mass communications media. That oversight was the direct cause for Wilson's failure to lure the United States into the League of Nations, because when Wilson decided to go to the people to overcome the opposition of the Lodge-controlled Senate, despite his established but phony reputation as a great humanitarian, he found himself faced by a solidly united people and by a loyal press whose only ideology was Americanism and the American way of life. At that time, due to the ineptness and ineffectiveness of both the ADL and the NAACP, there were no organized minority groups, no Negro problems, no so-called anti-Semitic problem to sway the people's thinking. There were no lefts, there were no rights, no prejudices for crafty exploitations. Thus, Wilson's League of Nations appeals fell on deaf ears. The control of the press was assigned to Rockefeller. Thus, Henry Luce, who recently died, was financed to set up a number of national magazines, among them Life, Time, Fortune, and others, which published USSR in America. The Rockefellers also directly or indirectly financed the Cowles Brothers Look magazine and a chain of newspapers. They also financed a man named Sam Newhouse to buy up and build a chain of newspapers all over the country. And the late Eugene Meyer, one of the founders of CFR, bought the Washington Post, Newsweek, the weekly magazine, and other publications. At the same time, CFR began to develop and nurture a new breed of scurrilous columnists and editorial writers, such as Walter Lippmann, Drew Pearson, the Alsops, Herbert Matthews, Irwin Cannon, and others of that ilk, who called themselves liberals, who proclaimed that Americanism is isolationism, that isolationism is warmongerism, that anti-communism is anti-Semitism and racism. All that took time, of course, but today our entire press, except for some local small-town papers and weeklies published by patriotic organizations, is completely controlled by CFR stooges, and thus they finally succeeded in breaking us up into a nation of quarreling, wrangling, squabbling, hating factions. Now, if you still wonder about the slanted news and outright lies you read in your paper, you have the answer. To the Lehmans, Goldman Sachs, Kuhn Loeb, and the Warburgs, the CFR assigned the job of getting control of the motion picture industry, Hollywood, radio and television, and believe you me, they succeeded. If you still wonder about the strange propaganda broadcasts by the Ed Murrows, Chet Huntley, Howard K. Smith, Eric Severide, Drew Pearson, and others of that ilk, you have the answer. If you wonder about all the smut, sex, pornography, and mixed marriage films you see in your movie theater and on your TV set, all of which is demoralizing our youth, you have the answer. It tells in detail how the press, the movies, TV, and radio have been, and still are, used to brainwash the people, to demoralize our youth, and they have been and still are encouraging and creating sympathy for the rioting civil rights lawlessness. To the vast majority of the American people, our foreign policy for many years has been a complete enigma. Most of us simply can't understand why this great nation is seemingly floundering so helplessly in the art of diplomacy. We can't understand why our leaders are seemingly so confused and bewildered in all their dealings. Now I have one more vital message to deliver. As I told you, one of the 4 specific assignments Rothschild gave Jacob Schiff was to create a movement to destroy religion in the United States, with Christianity to be the chief target. For a very obvious reason, the Anti-Defamation League wouldn't dare to attempt it, because such an attempt could create the most terrible bloodbath in the history of the world, not only for the ADL and the conspirators, but for the millions of innocent Jews. Schiff turned that job over to Rockefeller for another specific reason. The destruction of Christianity could be accomplished only by those who are entrusted to preserve it, by the pastors, the men of the cloth.
Oh, bullshit.
As a starter, John D. Rockefeller picked up a young so-called Christian minister by the name of Dr. Harry F. Ward. Reverend Ward, if you please. At that time, he was teaching religion at the Union Theological Seminary. Rockefeller found a very willing Judas in this reverend. Thereupon, in 1907, he financed him to set up the Methodist Foundation of Social Service. And Ward's job was to teach bright young men to become so-called ministers of Christ and to place them as pastors of churches. While teaching them to become ministers, the Reverend Ward also taught them how to very subtly and craftily preach to their congregations that the entire story of Christ is a myth, to cast doubts on the divinity of Christ, to cast doubts about the Virgin Mary.
All that shit
In
bullshit.
short, to cast doubts on Christianity as a whole. It was not to be a direct attack, but much of it by crafty insinuation that was to be applied in particular to the youth in the Sunday schools. Remember Lenin's statement? Give me just one generation of youth and I'll transform the whole world.
None.
Then, in 1908, the Methodist Foundation of Social Service, which incidentally was America's first Communist Front organization, changed its name to the Federal Council of Churches. By 1950, the Federal Council of Churches was becoming very suspect. So in 1950, they changed the name to the National Council of Churches. Do I have to tell you more about how this National Council of Churches is deliberately destroying faith in Christianity? I don't think so. But this I will tell you. If you are a member of any congregation whose pastor and church are members of this Judas organization, your contributions are helping the Illuminati's plot to destroy religion and your faith in God and Jesus Christ. Thus you are deliberately delivering your children to be indoctrinated with disbelief in God and church, and which can easily transform them into atheists. Find out immediately if your church is a member of the National Council of Churches, and for the love of God and your children, if it is, withdraw from it at once. However, let me warn you, that same destroy religion process has been infiltrated into other denominations. But of course, there are many individual churches and pastors who are honest and sincere. Find one such for yourself and for your children.
Oh, shut up. You was indoctrinated. That's why it was 50 years ago. Because you was still part of that bullshit 50 years ago. The truth is, that God and that Jesus bullshit is that man-made up bullshit for you to believe in it so it can control you by it. What you fear. What you think is helping you. You gotta realize that all that good is in you to come out of you. Because the Creator in you for you to be a creator too.
the question begs, why would they want him dead? For many reasons. But before I go into the details of Michael Jackson's assassination, let me give you a short primer on the Illuminati. Hidden behind the veil of a secret society, the group known as the Illuminati has still managed to garner great attention, blamed for everything imaginable, such as being the igniting force behind the French Revolution, and being the real masterminds behind the 9/11 attack. They have been credited with assassinating Presidents Lincoln and Kennedy. Most people have heard of the Illuminati thanks to popular culture exposing them to their existence. However, this exposure came as a result of rumors and innuendo being spread about certain entertainers or celebrities allegedly being part of the Illuminati and owing their fame and fortune to them. Some of these rumors and innuendos were so far-fetched that a great deal of people dismissed them, and as a result became highly skeptical of the Illuminati even existing. The prevailing thought is the Illuminati are nothing more than a lame concoction hatched by those loony conspiracy theorists. They believed this assertion without doing any valid research, but they took the time out to actually do the research. They would discover that the Illuminati do exist in the annals of history, and are indeed a powerful group that presently is shaping the world right in front of our eyes. Many are unable to see their hidden hand. Here are the facts. History of the Illuminati. The Illuminati was founded on May 1st, 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a professor of canon law at the University of Bavaria in Ingolstadt, in Bavaria, Germany. Weishaupt was funded by the Rothschilds, was a Jew who converted to Roman Catholicism and became a Jesuit priest. However, he became dissatisfied with the Catholic Church and later broke away from them to form the Illuminati, what he originally called the Perfectibilists, or the Perfect Ones, as their aim was to create a perfect world where all men and women were equal and the Catholic Church had absolutely no say in government. Weishaupt eventually adopted the name Illuminati, which means enlightened ones, and he modeled his secret society after Freemasonry. He then used his Freemasonry cover to infiltrate the Masonic lodges, with the goal of placing Illuminati members into positions of power. During this particular time period, there were many famous Illuminati members, such as literary men, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Johann Gottfried Herder, and the Dukes of both Weimar and Gotha. However, there was a great opposition to this secret society known as the Illuminati. In 1785, Karl Theodor, ruler of Bavaria, Germany, banned the Illuminati with the blessings of the Catholic Church. Weishaupt fled the country on horseback, and while he was fleeing, brought some documents which revealed the plans of the Illuminati,
everything tied behind the bullshit is time within with religion,
and essentially taking over the world. Some historians note that the Illuminati disbanded in 1785. However, this is contrary to the fact that the Illuminati simply went underground and had prominent members located in the United States and throughout Europe, poised to bring into existence their New World Order agenda, which phrase is symbolically printed on the reverse side of the United States seal and on the dollar bill, the Latin words Novus Ordo Seclorum, which translates to a new order of the ages. President George H.W. Bush, the daddy, infamously introduced the concept of a new world order in an address before a joint session of Congress on the State of the Union in 1991, where he waxed poetically about how the new world order was a big idea where diverse nations were drawn together in the common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind, peace and security, freedom and the rule of law. This all sounds nice, but in reality, the Illuminati's New World Order agenda, headed by the 13 Illuminati bloodlines, is nothing more than a sinister plot by the global elite. And their true intentions and agenda consist of the following: the establishment of a one-world government, the establishment of a one-world army, the establishment of one central bank, a microchipped, enslaved population, a complete totalitarian state, The way that the Illuminati are executing their agenda of the New World Order is through entities such as the military, transnational corporations, the educational system, government and politics, banking, the media, entertainment, religion, organized crime, and through other secret societies such as the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, etc., and through intelligence agencies like the CIA, Mossad, and MI6. I go into greater detail on how the Illuminati operate, the 13 Illuminati bloodlines, the symbolism that they use to communicate and are obsessed with, in my best-selling book entitled, Who Are the Illuminati? The Secret Societies, Symbols, Bloodlines, and the New World Order. This book is available at www.illuminatiagendaexposed.com and also available on Amazon and Kindle, paperback and audio. The Illuminati and Michael Jackson. So you are probably wondering at this point, what does this secret society known as the Illuminati have to do with the entertainer Michael Jackson? And why would they want him dead? As I said a few seconds ago, the entertainment industry is one of the conduits that the Illuminati use to carry out their agenda. In regard to the entertainment industry, this is carried out in the form of brainwashing and propaganda that is transmitted through the music and images of popular culture. Their goal is to hook the masses of people into a maze of satanic decadence that distracts them from thinking about important issues that affect the world today. It is through this distraction that the Illuminati are able to run amok and create chaos throughout the world without encountering criminal and reason sense. The Illuminati control the entertainment and music industries, lock, stock, and barrel. If an artist wants fame and fortune, they must sell their souls to the powers that be who control these particular industries. No one will ever debate that Michael Jackson's ascent to the top of these industries was the result of his immense, incomparable talents. However, to reach the status of King of Pop, and the status of being the #1 entertainer in the world, he had to first get the blessings and approval of the Illuminati power structure. Why is this so? For the simple fact
by myself, I was about to go make me a million. I could make me $1 million on 50 on my delivery.
Through his music. So he had to be deemed safe by the Illuminati, and the perfect vehicle for promoting and carrying out their agenda. Everything worked out well in the beginning, as Michael Jackson became a child superstar with the Jackson 5, which included his brothers, Jermaine, Tito, Marlon, Jackie, and Randy. They were all managed by their disciplinarian father, Joe Jackson, and had mega hits such as ABC.
I go show you how much white people like laying up there and being an author of somebody else's story.
Joe Jackson, it is alleged
and then get paid for it to talk about somebody else.
Illuminati culture in a sexual way. By Joe Jackson's arranged meetings with high-powered businessmen. It is said that Michael detested these particular meetings and tried to escape them. Jermaine Jackson has also been allegedly reported to have said that after these meetings occurred, Michael would be sick for days. He also allegedly wondered what Joseph was doing. Was Michael Jackson an MK Ultra slave? Many experts familiar with CIA MK Ultra mind control program said that Michael Jackson fit the profile of a typical MK Ultra slave.
Oh yeah, shut the fuck up with all that bullshit. Y'all so full of bullshit with all this lying and this, that, and the other. The truth is in you for you to just tell the fucking truth. Don't tell no bullshit that you've been taught to live and lie about.
Intelligence Division, the MK Ultra project, used sinister methodologies to manipulate people's mental states and
if you ain't talking about
some of these methodologies
helping somebody out, talking about some bullshit.
Chemicals, hypnosis, sensory,
and helping somebody out without a material motive. Only helping somebody out because you know that it's straight and it's the straight thing to do. Not just the right thing to do. It's a straight thing to do.
I've been tracking Michael Jackson in the news for about 10 years now. For reasons I will not get into in a public forum, I could state that I have absolutely no doubt that he is an MK Ultra variety slave, possibly introduced by his father into the bizarre system of spooks, commercialized pedophilia, and more. My father introduced me to organized criminal pedophilia from early childhood on.
Wow.
Like Michael, I developed many altered states of consciousness to cope with the horrors I experienced in the country. I also have no doubt that he would have been terribly abused as a child. Even if he hadn't allegedly been given to others as a child to sexually service them, there is no explanation for his obsession with being with children in public and privately.
Okay, expect law enforcement to get in the way on this sale, but hopefully the Phantom Wedge we're lending you will get them out of it. Stick to the route, stop for nothing, make the drop.
To a place that had a showcase for up-and-coming talent for television shows. At this particular place, she said that Michael Jackson and his brothers were to partake in a showcase. Bryce Taylor shockingly states that Bob Hope told her he was sponsoring the Jacksons in an effort to expand their careers. Before they were set to perform, Bryce allegedly recalls that their father, Joe Jackson, led them to a side room where all the boys had to drop their pants. The big man raped each one of them in a lineup. You can believe it, Bryce's story or not.
Fuck y'all that bullshit. But if it's true, hey, I don't put nothing past that industry. I don't put nothing past that industry. I would put my head on the chopping board dealing with all that bullshit that goes on in Hollywood.
The powers that be didn't have a problem with Michael Jackson because he was perceived as a non-threat because of his passive and weak image, and the belief that his only concern was focused on the music, dancing, and entertainment of the public. In fact, he obliged the powers to be and clearly as he put their Illuminati symbols on his album covers and in his videos. For example, when you take a look at his dangerous but you don't have it, on the left side of the album cover, there are roller coaster cars entering the tunnel with a Masonic symbol above the door. The cars are also filled with different animals, and they are all shown coming out of the tunnel as the Illuminati all seen above the door. There are also fish showing Illuminati symbols on the Michael Jackson. Second businessman of Peter Pan. Even though Michael Jackson portrayed him to the public a unique and childlike image, with the appearance of wanting to be the next Peter Pan, he was actually a very shrewd and aggressive businessman. In his Thriller album, it became a huge success. He was flush with cash, so he was looking to invest the strength of the essentially after he returned to many times over. So he sought the advice of John H. Johnson, owner of the Johnson Publishing Empire and Black Publications Ebony and Jet magazines. Michael Jackson did not want to end up being broke like the entertainers and celebrities before him, so he asked John H. Johnson, in what should he invest his money? Johnson advised him to invest his money into the publishing business. Paul McCartney also had a heavy influence on Michael in regard to investing his money into publishing. Michael briefly lived with Paul and Linda McCartney while recording their duet, Say, Say, Say. During Michael's stay, Paul McCartney showed him a list of every single song that he purchased the decade before, and said that he'd made $30 million in royalties in 1 year from owning these songs. After this revelation, Michael Jackson looked and said to him, "Someday I'm going to own your songs." To which Paul McCartney replied, "Hey, great joke." However, Michael was very serious about his intentions. In fact, he went on to invest millions acquiring the rights to a wide variety of artists that included Elvis Presley, Aretha Franklin, Little Richard, and Ray Charles. He also owned the rights to a number of songs written by legendary songwriters Gamble and Hunt, and owned the entire catalog of Sly and the Family Stone. However, his biggest acquisition was when he acquired the rights to every single song in this catalog through his purchase of ATV Music Publishing, which owned the rights to over 4,000 songs, which included 250 songs made by the Beatles during Beatlemania. In an ironic twist, Robert Holmes a Court, who owned ATV Music Publishing at that time, actually offered the catalog to Paul McCartney and John Lennon's wife Yoko Ono first, and they turned him down. Paul McCartney remarked that he couldn't see himself paying an exorbitant amount for songs that he and his friends wrote. Michael Jackson saw the huge potential and immense value of owning such a catalog and assessed and purchased ATV Music Publishing for $37.5 million, ringing true to his prediction of one day owning Paul McCartney's songs.
Wow.
Michael wasted no time monetizing the Beatles' catalog.
That's why they killed Michael too smart.
Licensing fees and licensed the song Revolution to
Y'all made Mike Ruther.
$500,000, which infuriated Paul McCartney, who felt that was way too high a price to pay. But from Michael's point of view, he was just maximizing the return on his investment, which any businessman has the right to do. Michael also did something unprecedented. He gave Little Richard back the songs to his catalog, which Michael now owned, because he knew that black entertainers were exploited the harshest by the music establishment. In addition to this,
Little Richard
he
is
also
shit
made sure
back.
that Sly Stone received royalties for his music. These particular moves that Michael Jackson made drew the ire of Illuminati-controlled music establishment, especially in regard to the benevolence he showed towards fellow entertainers, because essentially, the music industry makes a tremendous amount of money from literally sucking the blood.
That's stupid. Why don't y'all put the fucking thing in a fucking post?
Giving back Little Richard's songs and making sure that Sly Stone received royalties from his music, he bucked the system. The minute Michael Jackson gained ownership of this valuable copyrighted songs, the powers that be plotted and worked ownership to gain access to it. In 1995,
Put that fucking thing in a fucking post. Ain't make no fucking sense. Stupid ass computer motherfucking programmers. Yeah, I called y'all stupid ass. Don't make no fucking sense. Put the fucking helicopter inside of a fucking post. And a fucking tree. That's stupid. Like you couldn't make a program smarter than that. That's dumb. Say this game costs so much fucking money.
Bob Dylan, and other highly acclaimed artists. Michael Jackson hates Sony and Tommy Mottola. In a few short years, things became sour between Michael Jackson and Sony. He was dissatisfied with them as an artist, and he felt that they were purposely under-promoting him. He believed that there was a conspiracy against him, and the true aim of this lack of promotion was to use financial trickery to say that his albums weren't making a profit and costing Sony money. He was supposedly in the red and actually owed Sony money for marketing and promotion. Michael believed that this was an attempt to squeeze him financially. He surmised that Sony believed that if he got further into debt, he had outstanding bank loans with Bank of America in which he was making payments. He would be forced to sell his 50% share in the partnership to them, enabling them to wrestle sole ownership of the publishing catalog. Things began to happen to Michael. During this time period, he was accused of child molestation, which he settled out of court for $20 million. After this incident, he was once again hit with another charge of child molestation.
Industry, boy. And just like it did Bill Cosby, Eureka Man, financially, y'all bitches. Y'all dirty, low down, conniving dog bitches. Yeah, I'm talking to y'all.
As he stated in his interview with Ed Bradley of 60 Minutes, he stated the following: "The album is #1 all over the world, and America is the only place where it's not #1 because it's a conspiracy."
Yep.
Michael began to speak out against Sony, and the head of their music division.
Yeah, Sony, I play PlayStation. You ain't shit neither. Sony, you ain't shit neither. You're another greedy bastard company too. So you should be giving us some kind of kickback. How much we let them do for Sony? Playing the games and shit.
He continued to vociferously speak out and punish Sony publicly. On July 9th, 2008, the Pawn Shoppers National Action Network organization located in New York City, he said the following: "The minute I started breaking the all-time record sales, I broke Anderson records, I broke the Beatles records. The minute Thriller became the all-time selling record in the Guinness Book of World Records, they called me a freak. They called me a homosexual.
Yep.
They called me a child molester. They said I bleached my skin. They made everything to turn the public against me.
Yep.
This is a complete conspiracy. You have to know that. On July 15th, 2002, almost a year later, he came out even bolder with his claims against Sony. In a gathering in London, he said the following. The tradition of British performers, specifically Miss Jr., James Brown, Jeffrey Wilson, the Phil Stone, Gene Kelly, the story is usually the same. These guys work really hard at their craft, and the story ends the same. They're usually broken, torn, usually just sad. And the story is very sad at the end because the company takes advantage of them. They really do. And Sony, being the artist that I am, I have generated several billions of dollars for Sony, and they really thought my mind was on music and dancing, and it usually is. But they never thought that this performer, myself, would outthink them.
Yep.
So you can't let them get away with what they're trying to do now, because I'm a free agent. I owe Sony just one more album, and it's just a box set. So I'm leaving Sony a free agent, owning half of Sony. I own half of Sony's publishing, and I'm leaving them, and they're very angry at me. I just did good business, and you know, and Tommy Mottola is the devil. Mariah Carey, after divorcing Tommy, came to me crying. She was crying so bad that I had to hold her. She said to me that this is an evil man. Michael, this man follows me. He taps my phone. He is very, very evil. I don't trust him, and he's a horrible human being. Also during this time period, around the time of his molestation trial, media reports began to surface stating that Michael Jackson was flat broke. Michael refuted this notion in an interview with the Reverend Jesse Jackson when he stated, "That's not true at all. That's just one of their many schemes to embarrass me and drag me through the mud. And it's the same pattern, so don't believe any of this tabloid, sensationalized kind of gossip." My personal views on the subject of Michael Jackson being broke is that he felt in his mind, and based on the financial numbers, how could it even be possible that he was flat broke when he owned a music publishing catalog worth more than $2 billion? Although it appears that he had mounting debts and his cash flow wasn't as strong as it used to be. I personally believe that in order for him to extinguish these mounting debts and be cash flow positive, he would have to sell a portion of his catalog, or the entire thing. There was no way that he was going to do that. Another viable option for him to tame his debts was touring, which he had not done in years. Despite this fact, Michael received an offer from AEG, Anschutz Entertainment Group, to do a supposedly 50-show London World Tour, which, according to the New York Times, would have netted him $132 million. Michael, seeing the value of this opportunity, signed the contract. Despite having signed the contract, according to those around him, he never really consented to do 50 shows because he knew that he was not physically capable of doing them. Also, the people close to him believed the same thing, because Michael was very frail and had health concerns. Some AEG employees even had doubts as to whether Michael would be able to perform. They considered him a basket case. LaToya Jackson, Michael's sister, stated in her memoir entitled Starting Over that she believed that something fishy was going on with the AEG deal. She said that Michael...
And that, I believe, is everything sold. Next time you see those weapons, they'll be on the news.
She also said that Michael only signed on to do 10 shows, and the next thing you know, when he wakes overnight, there's 50 shows, and they told him he had to do them, which he said they knew he wouldn't be able to do. LaToya went on to state the following. They knew he wasn't capable of them. They knew he wasn't healthy enough. He had a kidney problem. He was extremely thin. He was always freezing. They knew what they were doing. This isn't what I'm thinking. These are facts. Dr. Feelgood. Dr. Conrad Murray was hired by AEG to be Michael Jackson's personal physician at a salary of $150,000 a month. Murray began treating Michael Jackson. For Michael's insomnia, he legally pumped him with the powerful surgical anesthetic propofol, which is rarely administered outside the parameter of the hospital. The question begs, why would Murray administer a drug illegally to Michael Jackson and risk losing his medical license? More than likely, it was the pressure of being in debt. According to court records, Murray was heavily into debt and was ordered to pay creditors $435,000, which included a student loan. In addition, property records showed that at the time, he was in serious jeopardy of foreclosing on his home that he had on the 18th hole of the country club.
Oh, that's how they can hold
He also refinanced his property 3 times in 5 years.
You got student loan, now you're a doctor, got power. Yeah, they can hold a lot over your head once you get up to that status.
He was also supporting his wife, son, and daughter. And court records show that he also owed thousands of dollars to a woman in California with whom he had a son. On top of that, he was supporting 2 additional daughters he had with a woman in Las Vegas.
I hit that car and my light didn't even get messed up because I didn't hit that truck.
Michael Jackson's personal position of $150,000 per month was much needed to provide some type of financial relief to Murray. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him financially, and he closed his Las Vegas practice so he could concentrate solely on Michael. Make no mistake about it, Murray was probably chosen by Michael because he knew that he could provide him with what he needed in the form of medication in a discreet manner. I wholeheartedly believe that this is true because Michael Jackson admitted publicly that he was addicted to painkillers and entered a drug rehabilitation program in 1993. Michael Jackson, murdered. Conrad Murray began working with Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson wound up dead. He was pronounced dead on June 25, 2009, and the Los Angeles County coroner ruled that his death was the result of an overdose of propofol. Murray, when interviewed by investigators, admitted that he had given Michael Jackson propofol for 60 consecutive nights to treat his insomnia, and also so that he could get rest for his rehearsals. He also stated that Michael was addicted to propofol, and Murray said that Michael referred to the drug as his milk. Murray also said at the time he was trying to wean Michael off of propofol by giving him small amounts. But in her memoir, LaToya Jackson said that this wasn't true, because according to the coroner, Michael had enough propofol in him to kill an elephant. Murray was subsequently arrested, charged, and convicted of manslaughter. Murray only served 2 years of a 4-year sentence for killing the greatest entertainer the world has ever seen. But to many, Murray was nothing but a fall guy, a patsy. There were powerful people and entities who had a lot to gain from Michael Jackson's death. LaToya said that Michael told her that he would be murdered for his very valuable publishing catalog. She said that immediately after his death, people that Michael eliminated from his life came in, lurking, asking questions about the catalog. Michael's son, Prince Jackson, testifying in the Jackson family's wrongful death suit trial against AEG, recalled an instance when Michael was talking to AEG over the phone. Prince stated, after he got off the phone, he would cry. He also stated that Michael said to him repeatedly, "You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me." Prince elaborated even further and said that the they that Michael was referring to was AEG Live CEO Randy Phillips and his ex-manager Dr. Tonto. Michael even lamented the closed confidence that he was worth more dead than alive. In spite of these claims, AEG was found not guilty in the wrongful death suit brought against them by the Jackson family. So, what about Michael's valuable music publishing catalog? Who actually won the battle over that prized possession once he was murdered? Well, let's take a closer look. His catalog, as well as his other assets, went to his estate upon his death. His mother and children owned a percentage of the estate. John Branca, Michael's longtime entertainment attorney, who Michael allegedly fired after Michael supposedly ordered an internal investigation of his own inner circle, became one of the co-executors of the estate, along with music executive John McClain. They both received substantial fees for administrating Michael's estate. But if Michael Jackson supposedly terminated John Branca, how did he become executor of Michael's estate? Wow. Supposedly, it was in Michael's will that he drew up a long time before that Branca and McCain would be the co-executors of his estate in the event of his death. However, the Jackson family claimed that this particular will was a forgery. Nonetheless, in 3 short years, the estate reported a $475 million profit which resulted in a huge financial windfall for both McClane and Branca. And what about Sony? Just 9 months after Michael's death, Sony signed a deal with Michael Jackson's estate to sell Michael's back catalog. In addition, they were given access to a large vault of unreleased songs. This deal is for a whopping 10 albums and is set to expire in 2017.
Wow.
The estate will receive upwards of $250 million in advances, as well as other payments. Michael, as he said, was worth more dead than alive. Now the question begs, if Michael hated and loathed Sony so much that he was about to leave them as an artist, why did the executors of his estate sign a deal with them after his death to deliver more albums to them? And what about AEG? Even though they were found not guilty in the wrongful death suit brought by the Jackson family, they still tried to collect on a $17.5 million Lloyd's of London insurance policy after Michael's death canceled the tour. This claim was rejected when it was revealed in a leaked email that AEG had concerns over Michael's health and stability before the tour. A wider conspiracy. Although Conrad Murray was ultimately convicted in the death of Michael Jackson, I strongly believe without a shadow of a doubt that the murder of Michael Jackson involved a wider conspiracy. The powers that be saw him as a threat because he wasn't the Peter Pan character they believed him to be.
Yep.
This was sure to be a problem for them because he had influence over billions of people throughout the world. The Illuminati feared that he would use his influence in a way that would be counterproductive to their agenda. He also owned 50% of the world's most valuable music publishing catalog, and he wasn't willing to part with it. So in their eyes, he had to be eliminated. Michael Jackson is just one example of a historical figure being murdered because they stood in the way of the secret society known as the Illuminati, or flat out rejected their overtures. In another book I've also written entitled The Illuminati's Greatest Hits, Deception, Conspiracies, Murders and Assassinations by the World's Most Powerful Secret Society, I cover in detail the assassinations of other historical figures who have met their demise as a result of the Illuminati. I explore in great detail the assassinations of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Patrice Lumumba, Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, John F.
You ready, boss?
Jr.,
The deal's set up, everything's in place. Just deliver the goods, and we're all good.
Omar Torrijos, Muammar Gaddafi, and Princess Diana. I also reveal the real reason why the Titanic ship was sunk. This book is also available on Amazon and www.illuminatiagendaexposed.com, where you can also sign up for our free newsletter, which keeps you up to date and informed on matters related to the Illuminati and the New World Order.
Twisted and edited construction of Stanford, not a true representation of the interview that actually took place. In the next 2 hours, we're going to give you an opportunity unprecedented in history. We're going to show you footage that was never intended to be broadcast.
Tonight, the private video from Michael's own camera shows that shot the Michael Jackson interview. The footage you were never meant to see.
As much as I do now.
Man, as much as y'all got motherfucking movie magic now, boy, I don't believe nothing that y'all putting on TV. I don't believe nothing on that y'all talk about now, boy. All the power that y'all got now over TV, fuck, I'm gonna believe the shit that y'all putting on TV. Bunch of bullshit.
You'll find out how Michael really feels about his parents.
He doesn't know this, but I don't want him to know. His presence will be a famous.
You'll hear about Michael's surgery that the other special didn't mention.
Right in front of my eyes.
You'll hear the truth behind Michael's children and their disguises.
I was very proud this time. I knew I was terrified.
You'll go behind the rumors of the Neverland Ranch. And find out how those rumors have driven a family from their home.
He was fine. He went in gas station. The kid in gas station was our kid. Oh, you're a kid doing this with Michael. You slept in my room. They're ruining this kid's life.
You'll hear from the people closest to Michael.
Someone said on television, no one should be allowed behind those gates at night. Especially the children. They don't even know what they're talking about.
Plus, a surprise revelation from the man behind the Michael Jackson interviews.
This is tabloids. Well, you be young. I know respected children.
All tonight on the Michael Jackson interview. The footage you were never meant to see. Hosted by Maury Povich.
With Mr. Bashir's full house, Michael had his own behind-the-scenes camera documenting the trip. Quality of the audio and video may be a bit raw at times, but it's real enables to see and hear the interview as they actually happen, and will allow you, the viewing audience, to draw your own conclusions. And while Michael Jackson has provided this footage to you, he has absolutely no control over the editorial content of this program. But who is Mark Bashir? And how did he get an exclusive interview with one of the most reclusive pop stars the world has ever known?
In 1995, this little-known British journalist caught up with a sensational interview with Princess Diana revealed details of her extramarital affair. Since then, he has scored interviews with some of England's most notorious newspapers, becoming somewhat of a celebrity himself. His interview with Jackson was as he put it, he requested to show me viewers, show me everything, make nothing off limits. Michael agreed, and the first interview was scheduled for the summer of 2002. In these photos, of one of Bashir's interviews with Jackson, you can see the camera that captured the footage you were never meant to see. It's mounted right there on the light stand. This is the view he was capturing at the last interview. And this is the shot from the very first interview at Neverland. The man adjusting the lens.
Now this is on. Okay. So you can have silence in the house? Yeah.
Is Jackson's own documentary cameraman.
He was not a secret video. He was very much that he was secret video. That's not the truth. So she saw me, put it on the camera, and everybody saw me. Do you think that your success has actually made people turn against you? The bigger the star, the bigger the target. And the more popular I became, the more rumors.
I ain't want to do that $2 million mission just yet.
None of which were true.
Because I don't even fly no plane in no goddamn rain.
The all-time records of the biggest selling albums of all time. They call me Weird Overnight, Strange, Wacko, is it a girl, homosexual, he wants to buy the Elephant Man bones, he sleeps in a hyperbaric chamber. None of that stuff is true. All completely made up. I've seen these. All a lie. I've seen where you sleep. It's not a hyperbaric chamber. I sleep in a bed. And people would be so surprised how normal and simple we had to live.
Most people would have a very hard time thinking Michael Jackson's life was normal or simple. Maybe it's that ranch north of Santa Barbara, California, the 3,000 acres he calls Neverland.
Neverland is an extraordinary, a breathtaking, a stupendous, an exhilarating, an amazing place. I can't gather together words to describe Neverland. What inspired you to make a home like this? What inspired me? It was so easy because it was me being myself, creating things that I love. And what I love, kids happen to love, or the child that lives inside the adult happens to love. You know, it is so easy because I'm just putting behind the gates everything I never got to do when I was a kid. Do you have regrets about the way your life was being? Somewhat. What do you regret? I was really little, 11 and 12. I was under contract with Motown, and I would have to go to the recording studio. I had to go and make these albums because the summer tour was right around the corner, and right across the street from the recording studio was a ballpark, and I could hear the kids, you know, the roar of the crowd and playing and catching ball and having fun and playing tennis. And some of those times I so passionately wanted to just go over there, just play a little bit, and not go to the recording studio and sing. Just to, you know, have some fun with the kids. And I couldn't.
We ain't gonna win all of them. Nobody gonna win all of them. We're gonna take turns winning. That's how you make the most money. Stop being selfish.
He goes, I can't believe it. He goes, I can't believe it.
Oh, that's bullshit. Bullshit that she's happening to me.
Very special. You don't need to grow up. No, I am beautiful. It would be true to say
Oh, this thing doing me some bullshit. I guess because I'm higher rank or some shit. Bullshit, boy.
What you're seeing all took place on the day that Martin Bashir and his crew were filming at
This was supposed to be a documentary to tell the truth. Everything. I mean, who would bring somebody to his life and open up all the way? And, you know, you don't want to violate someone. Nobody forced it to be designed.
They spent with children at the Make-A-Wish Foundation at Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch. What was Mr. Bashir's? Will broke directly from his appearance on ABC's Primetime Thursday. One of the most disturbing things is the fact that a lot of disadvantaged children go to Neverland. It's a dangerous place for a vulnerable child to be. Now, I'm not saying... What I'm saying is that children who are vulnerable should not be going into the house of a billionaire superstar where they sleep in his bed.
As we said, let's take a look at the footage captured by Michael's camera. Dying of energy.
And I want it.
But when he's talking about things
That's what's different.
Now, what could make an award-winning journalist have such a different opinion?
very surprising to the Michael Jackson interview.
Very lucrative offer to tell the inside story of they break their silence and not money. No one receives anything. The reason for this is what they see. And the person who had most rewarded the player of the spotlight is the person who was now closest to Michael. The one who was his wife. Mother of his first two children, Debbie Rose.
If I can help straighten it out, as much as I do not speak about my family, I will. Right now.
When I was talking to Prince one day, he said to me that he didn't have a mother.
You say he didn't have a mother?
Yeah, I said, Prince, where's your mummy? And he said, I haven't got a mother.
That's right.
Did you tell him to say that?
No.
What do you think he means when he said, I haven't got a mother?
I say he didn't have a mother. My kids don't call me mom because I don't want them to. They're Michael's children. It's not that they're not my children, but I had them because I wanted him to be a father. I believe that there are people who should be parents. He is such a fabulous man. He's always from the beginning. I could do something for him, and this is what I wanted to do.
Most people think Michael and Debbie's relationship was very short-term. Actually, they met over 22 years ago.
We were together 18 years, 17, 18 years. And when I hit Prince.
In that time, they've gone on some very unusual outings, often.
We sneak out without security. We got caught. Because my job is like a Beatles film and chase people. We have to pass security. Mirrors and things.
When you still with Lisa Marie?
No, they had broken up. I was trying to console him because he was really sick. And then he was expecting to be dead. He just looked at me puzzled. And I said, such a great friend. Please let me do this. I said, you need to do it. I want to do this. And
She knew that Michael Jackson loves children.
Yeah.
And she knew that Michael Jackson wanted children.
That's one.
And she was
rest of America feels that they need a marker, you could probably use that.
Once Debbie's the tabloid world had one burning question. Did they or did they?
First, to put the past forbidden. You had sex with Debbie.
He said, you don't know what that means. I'm a baby. How would you want a baby? I'm not a baby. I found out at one point, picture of me getting $500,000. Too good. Have you never ever seen someone pregnant before? Am I supposed to look different pregnant because it's Michael's baby than someone else?
As you've heard, the decision to have Michael's child was easy for Debbie. The actual birth was another matter.
And we were very excited. Michael is definitely more excited. Yeah, he was so excited. We had attraction. And we went.
Boy, that's bullshit. That's real bullshit. I ain't never saw no bullshit like that before.
The birth of Prince Michael would soon follow.
Yeah, the shooting right there, that point Street.
While Michael may seem reluctant to discuss Debbie's absence from the
they want a traditional, they think the son has to be traditional. That wasn't reality, and that's not reality. In the 21st century. We have a non-traditional family, and if it makes people uncomfortable, it's a shame that they're not knowledgeable. We are a family. Michael and I will always be connected. I will always be there. I will always be there for the children. And people make remarks, oh, I can't believe she left her children. Okay. I left her children. We need my children. The children with their father.
carries both children for 9 months in her body, and she gives birth to them, and she prefers that they have got nothing to do with her.
Because I couldn't go to the grocery store. For 2 reasons. One, get followed. 2, I'm not going to carry on my needs without.
Michael's mother reveals what it was like to grow up in the Jackson 5. And we find out why Bubbles had to go.
As soon as they get to an age like teenage kids do, where they want to challenge their parents.
All when we return to the Michael Jackson interview. The footage we never meant to see.
Bashir was immediately confronted with one of the major worries of celebrity parents, the horrible danger of kidnapping. Consequently, as a security measure, public appearances by Michael's children required that their parents be behind masks, surveillance, essentially.
So when Lindbergh, they took it on the police, they burned me. Okay, so I wanted to have my children.
Repeated questions.
I obviously my request, and I think I'm the one who's terrified.
They wouldn't
I'm the one
let me admit that damn
who's
thing. I ain't
someone's
even
going to
that
take
y'all.
his children. They're not. Whatever can be done. They're not. There's nothing more terrifying than looking at a piece of paper that says, I'm taking them. And I said, you know what? I wore a scarf, no big deal. Pretend it's Halloween.
I don't want people seeing me. Because the press they can be very mean. I don't want them to grow up psychologically crazy because of the evil things they can say to them. I want them to be normal. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it does. It does.
And I'm sure at some point he will say to the children, do you want to wear the scarf? I will have immediate heart failure, but he's not going to make his children do something they don't want to do. He's not that kind of parent. Not at all. And I truly don't see why everybody focuses on it. Is it a fashion statement? Are the scarves not matching? We'll work on it.
While some people may have a hard time with the intense security measures Michael and his family have to follow, there was one particular occurrence in Germany that had many people questioning his children's safety.
Yeah, because he could have got put in jail for that jump.
Take, for example, what happened in Germany, where there was
He could have got put in jail for that. Child neglect.
suffered a great deal of negative comment in the press. Was there no one in your group who said, Michael, even though you're not going to damage your child, and you would never harm your child, but Michael, if you dangle blankets over a balcony, you are going to be severely criticised. Was there no one in the room who said, don't do this? They didn't say no.
No, because I was holding it so hard.
And that's exactly what I'm saying, though.
And I know better. And I've seen,
You know better.
people who flip their kids up in the air and do somersaults and catch them.
When I grew up, I read 1984. And it was like, in one way, he was a visionary, but in other ways, he was very optimistic because he couldn't foresee the technological developments we are having. So from a technology perspective, it's much worse already. And that leads to a society which is a total surveillance state.
1984. I was born in 1984. Yep, that's me right there. It was the year that Orwell had envisioned as the beginning of the end of our privacy.
Now we can see you.
A world in which Big Brother was constantly watching. But no one paid that too much mind. After all, it was the same year happy families were bringing the first Macintosh computer into their homes.
Hello, I am Macintosh.
A decade later, my generation would already be firmly planted in front of a screen.
We installed the internet on our computer just a short time ago, and I haven't been able to get the kids off it ever since.
Little by little, we became addicted to it.
So I guess this is a story of how it changed our lives.
It started with games, chats, email, even movies. Our tastes developed right alongside the internet. My first love, my second love, my third. ICQ, then Facebook, Google, Twitter. By the time I was all grown up, I'd spent so much time online, it never occurred to me that there could be another side of it to explore, the so-called deep web. In fact, I had no idea how to find it in the first place, so I started out like anyone would, with a Google search.
Deep web, boy, is something, boy. I ain't never noticed any extra shit like this.
What lurks beneath the surface of the internet?
The deep web.
What is it exactly? Well, it's kind of a vague term because it's comprised of anything that's just not indexed by search engines.
All right, unindexed. So Google wouldn't take me very far.
If we want to compare the size, then one great analogy is that the surface internet, the stuff that's indexed by Google, that would be sort of like the tip of an iceberg.
The tip of the iceberg.
The majority of users can only access 1% of all the information the World Wide Web has to offer. The rest, deep beneath the surface, is known as the deep web.
So the deep web is like an inaccessible data dump, filled by banks, governments, corporations. And then there's the invisible corner of it.
There's the regular internet, and then there's something called the dark net, an underground system of anonymous websites that are untraceable.
מה זה הדארק? אנחנו בעצם במשך הרבה מאוד שנים נמצאים במצב שכל מי שרוצה לעשות משהו בהסתר, לקנות סמים, לקנות סחורה גנובה. היה לו בעצם מאוד קשה היה לבצע את זה בעולם האמיתי. כי בעולם האמיתי אתה צריך לפגוש את המוכר, ואז אתה גם צריך לשלם לו באיזושהי צורה כסף. כשאנחנו מדברים היום על הדארקנט, בעצם אנחנו מדברים על זירת מסחר חדשה, שוק חדש, שבו פחות או יותר הזהות של הקונה, של המוכר, וגם הכסף בעצם מוסתרים, נקרא לזה מהרשויות, או מכל מי שרוצה לנטר היום פשע או כל דבר אחר.
You can find ways to launder money, hire a hitman, get guns.
The deep web is used by many to buy fake identities. Websites offer green cards, driver's licenses, and passports. Some use it for more sinister reasons, such as human trafficking or drug exportation.
אוקיי, אתה רואה? זאת מערכת הפעלה של האקרים. לא ווינדוס, לא שום דבר בסגנון הזה. מערכת הפעלה שהיא נבנתה מראש בשביל צרכים של האקינג.
Tel Aviv is a hub for cybersecurity types, so it wasn't hard to find Denor Cohen, a white hat hacker who dabbled in the gray zones of the internet for the good guys. The first thing Denor showed me is how vulnerable and exposed anyone using the open net is.
Oh, ראית? הנה הסיסמה של הרשת. מדהים, אה? עכשיו תחשוב שכל הסודות שלך, כל הסיסמאות בנק, הג'ימייל שלך, פייסבוק שלך, השיחות הפרטיות שלך, הכל נחשף עם הקשת מילה קטנה ואנטר.
Circling the block, the Nor could enter into practically anyone's computer within a 100-meter range. And just as a hacker could intercept my information on the open net, so too the police could use similar tools to monitor crime.
תראה, אם אנחנו עכשיו נתקשר על גבי הרשת הרגילה ונתאם עסקת סמים, יש מכשירים שמנטרים אוטומטית את הרשת הזאת, אין בעיה של כוח אדם, נבוא להזמין אותך לחקירה מהירה. בדקנו, אין שום דבר שיכול לעצור בן אדם, עם מספיק זמן מלעשות כמעט הכל.
אני רוצה שזה יהיה מאוד ברור מה זה דארק. אתה בעצם מתקין לעצמך סוג של תוכנה שמסתירה בעצם את הפעילות שלך.
Well, you're going to need some software. One of the most popular is called Tor, which originally stood for the Onion Router.
The Onion Router.
Onion Router. It was made by the U.S. Navy.
How does Tor do it? Well, it takes your data and it bounces it around the world over several different data nodes. That way, no person or agency can figure out where the data came from or where the data is going. If you want to keep yourself invisible online, there is absolutely nothing better than Tor.
It seemed unbelievable. Under cover of complete anonymity, sitting in the living room between episodes of your favorite show on Netflix, anyone could be pulling off the perfect crime, with no one the wiser. It took seconds to download and Tor was on my desktop. The door to the darknet was wide open.
Goodness, it is quite extraordinary. Such a large rabbit hole. I'll just take a look inside.
The question was, where to? My first stop was the hidden wiki. It didn't look so different than a normal Wikipedia page. Only the content was a little more, well, I don't know. See for yourselves. Drugs. Lots of drugs. Weed, cocaine, heroin, crystal meth.
כאשר אנונימיות זה דבר מאוד קשה להשגה, ומאוד מיוחד להשגה, תור זה הדבר הכי קרוב שתקבל מזה המון. אם הייתי צריך לעשות משהו לא חוקי, הייתי סוף לכתוב.
And the list goes on. Killers for hire, offers to take out politicians. 65,000 to take out a journalist. What? That's all I'm worth?
הספרים נפרצים, אין שום דבר שעוצר אותך, אין חוק, אין סדר, אין משפט, אין כלום. לכן אני רואה בתור דבר מאוד מסוכן. מאוד מסוכן.
Drugs and guns were just the shallow end of the darknet pool, though. There were plenty of groups and community forums to satisfy humanity's darker desires. Neo-Nazis, obviously they carved out their own niche. Then there were the guys into animal torture. Snuffed kids. Pedophilia.
Snuffed kids?
The most bizarre place I stumbled upon, though? That would be the Cannibal Cafe. Serving humanity. Seriously?
יכול להגיד לך על ישיבות שהיו לי עם קצינים שתלשו שערות אחת. אין לנו מה לעשות מול הדבר הזה. זה פשוט סיוט.
A modern-day virtual Sodom and Gomorrah. It sure looked like it there. If the rules of the game were changing, then what were the police doing to catch up? And did they even stand a chance?
Okay, נשים? אפשר? כן.
מעניין אותי לדעת איך, אם בכלל, הדארקנט שינה את מפת הפשע, מפת הפשיעה.
הפשע שינה את פניו. היום אתה רואה יותר ויותר שהפשע עובר מהעולם הפיזי לעולם המקוון. ולמה? ולו בגלל הסיבה הפשוטה שבעולם המקוון אנשים נוטים לחשוב שהם יכולים להיות יותר אנונימיים ולעשות עבירות בלי להתאפס. תיכנס לתוך הדארקנט, אני מניח שנכנסת, אתה רואה לצורך העניין בן אדם רוצה לרכוש X, Y או Z, לרוב הדברים שהוא רוצה לרכוש זה דברים שאסור לו להחזיק ואסור למוכר למכור, אם זה סמים, אם זה נשק, אם זה תועבה של קטינים, אם זה לקנות שירות, החל מהדבקה של מחשב, רנטה האקר, וכלה ברצח.
The list of cyber threats went on and on, but I kept wondering, is hiding your identity online a crime in and of itself?
העניין הזה של אנונימיות. והאם אתם רואים בזה דבר רע, דבר חיובי, או אתם אדישים לזה?
תראה, התפקיד שלנו זה לאכוף את החוק. מי שקובע את הנורמות החברתיות במדינת ישראל זה המחוקק. אני לא חושב שזה המקום שלי להביע דעה אם אדם צריך להיות אנונימי או לא. אני כן יכול לומר שהאנונימיות היא לכאורה נותנת לאדם לחשוב שאם הוא יעשה עבירה הוא לא ייתפס, וזה טעות, זה לא נכון.
So was assuming that we could hide anything at all online just wishful thinking then? Could the police really find anyone, everyone, hiding in the darknet? It took a considerable amount of digging and awkward questions before I found someone from the digital underworld who was willing to meet in person. Where could we meet in real life then? Maybe I'd seen too many movies, but somehow an abandoned warehouse seemed appropriate.
אני מאוד נורמטיבית, נכון? ואני מאוד כבר מבוגרת, כבר יכולה להיות בגיל של סבתא, נכון? עכשיו זה שזה אפה וכל מה שאומרים, פורנוגרפיה וסמים, בסך הכל זאת מדיה, זאת אומרת, זה שוק כמו כל שוק, שוק שחור, זה בסך הכל אמצעי. אני רואה שזה דבר חיובי מאוד, אם אתה נאמן לעקרונות שלך. אותי לא תמצא משוטטת לא בפורנוגרפיה ולא לא בהימורים, כי הם לא מעניינים. אבל אולי ברוצחים שכירים, כן. מאוד כעסתי על זה שלא יכולתי לקנות איפה שרציתי, מוצר שרציתי. בדקתי באינטרנט, אמרו לי דפדפן פורמטים. נכנסתי. אכן ראיתי, והעולם מרתק. זאת דווקא שמכינים ממנה חשיש ביתי. יש הרבה שעושים את זה.
קוקאין?
קוקאין, זה גם. אז תשמע, הרופאים נותנים ריקלין, בשביל מה צריך קוקאין לא חוקי? על זה אתה כועס? אין מה לכעוס על זה. זאת פלטפורמה. הם מציגים את מרוקולתם.
Of course, Lily was hardly who I had imagined I'd be meeting with. She looked more like one of my mom's friends, and someone who used the darknet. אבל באמת, זה לא מפחיד אותך?
זה לא מפחיד, מפחיד שוב, מה שעושים עם זה. אפשר לעשות עם זה דברים רעים, זה נכון. הדארקנט לכשעצמו לא מפחיד.
I tend to be skeptical of people who tell me there's nothing to fear. Was the darknet really just a black market equivalent of eBay? Technology has always been two-sided. Depends how you use it. Take, for instance, the 3D printer. Politza Zana had used one to print a 3D gun, whose model he downloaded from the darknet, and snuck it into a campus rally with one of Israel's biggest politicians. The funny thing about it, he said, everyone just stood around and watched.
ההתפתחות הדרמטית העיקרית היא זו של ייצור מהיר וייצור אישי, מה שנקרא באנגלית rapid manufacturing. אם בעבר היינו מייצרים רק במפעלי ענק, מכונות שהיו שוות מיליוני דולרים, הרי שהיום בעצם כל בן אדם יכול להחזיק מכשירים כאלו בבית שלו. מדפסת על מנת שאפשר להדפיס באמצעותה אקדח, יש את זה לאנשים בבית. אבל לא כל בן אדם יכול להדפיס אקדח ככה סתם. הוא צריך להוריד את התרשים מאיפשהו. ומאיפה המידע הזה מגיע? מהדארקנט. כל בן אדם שמוריד את האקדח יכול להסתכל עליו באופן וירטואלי במסך, יכול להחליט להעביר את הפין לפה, את המצרף לכאן, וליצור אקדח שקצת משופר.
This is called the lower receiver. This doesn't have a serial number, and it doesn't require a background check.
ואם הוא מגלה שהוא באמת עושה אקדח יותר טוב, מה הוא יעשה עכשיו? הוא יעלה אותו בחזרה לרשת.
This is a ghost gun.
מה שאנחנו רואים זו מגמה של דסקילינג, הפחתה במיומנות הנדרשת להשגת מטרה מסוימת. אתה רוצה לסנטז אצלך בבית חומרים כימיים שונים? אתה יכול להוריד את התרשים שמסביר למדפסת איזה חומרים לערבב ביחד כדי להביא לתגובה כימית וליצור מורפין, או וליום, או מריחואנה, או אבק שריפה, או ציאניד. מתקן יעשה את זה בעצמו בבית. אבל אני רוצה לקחת אותך לכיוון השני. חברות תרופות מוציאות תרופות בעלות אסטרונומית, וחולים לא יכולים להרשות אותם לעצמם. אנשים שיש להם את היכולת, למשל להעביר תרשימים של יצירת תרופות בבית, יתחילו לעשות את זה בעשור או שניים הקרובים. יקרה בדיוק מה שקרה עם האקדח המודפס. הם התחילו לשפר תהליכים. כל בן אדם ישתתף במהפכה הגדולה הזאת של החלפת המידע, זיווג של רעיונות חדשים. הדארקנט יכולה להיות המקום שבו כל רעיון ישן יתערבב אחד עם השני, כמו שאמר מאט רידלי, בעצם הרעיונות יעשו סקס אחד עם השני וילדו רעיונות חדשים ומופלאים. ההירתמות הזאת לא מתרחשת באוטוסטרדת המידע הרגילה, מכיוון שמאבקים תמיד דורשים הרס יצירתי. וכאן אתה רואה בעצם את החשיבות של הדארקנט, שמאפשר את הנתיב להעביר מידע, והמידע הזה יכול לעורר מהפכה.
Revolutions brewing in secret. Wasn't that exactly the type of thing that those in power generally wanted to prevent? The darknet had already attracted the U.S. government's attention.
The FBI has effectively smashed the hornet's nest, and we are in the process of rounding up and charging the hornets.
And the Pentagon had brought on a team to catalog illegal activity there, including these two, Alejandro and Amanda.
In a sense, be hackers for hire. Our job is to sort of get around a lot of the hard stuff on the dark web and sort of bring it to light. So we can find the pedophiles, we can find the people that are hitmen for hire, all that kind of stuff, communicating this stuff with the Tor Project and communicating some of this stuff to law enforcement.
Because the creators of the Tor Project don't want to facilitate child exploitation, right? Let's be very clear about that.
Do you think that some things deserve to stay in the dark, or does everything need to be in the light?
Everything needs to be in the light. Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, on some level, I think anonymity is extremely important. I think there's certain things that...
something to hide.
I mean, there's bad people out there. There's bad people that you want to... that users need anonymity from, and then there's bad people that are using the anonymity for the wrong purposes. I do think anonymity is important. I would not like to de-anonymize absolutely everything.
But why? Why is anonymity important?
It's all about,
the principle of privacy.
It's the principle of privacy.
And for what purpose? Why do we need it?
The classic example that the Tor Project always kind of uses out there is oppressive regimes.
Yeah, this isn't a theoretical argument. You can look back through history, and whenever you have revolutionary progress, it always starts underground. I think about it in if let's say in some futuristic apocalyptic scenario, my government turns on me and I want to be part of the rebellion or something, I would want something like this to exist.
That was about the last thing I expected to hear from anyone employed by the U.S. government. But even in the back of their minds was a big brother-like scenario, the kind of idea you'd sooner expect to hear from anarchists.
Instead of privacy, we have permission. It's about control, isn't it? It's about the incremental eradication of freedom.
That's Julia Turiansky, self-proclaimed anti-state propagandist.
Don't police me. Statism is death.
Jesus.
Join me in my love affair with freedom.
Privacy, control, freedom.
This is
huge. We got a sale. Great job out there.
Advocating for a new alternative to a broken system.
People get afraid of new things very easily, and these are new ideas. Hacker, anarchist, darknet, they sound foreign.
These were the crypto-anarchists, an offshoot of a small group of technophiles that came together at the dawn of the internet age, the cypherpunks.
What is a cypherpunk? What do you guys stand for? Cypherpunks are cryptography activists who believe in personal privacy for everybody.
It was the cypherpunks who had been responsible for the very first instance of a darknet, what they'd call the blacknet.
Americans are not prepared to face the fact that they're living in an electronic police state.
If anyone could tell me what it was I was missing about the darknet, it had to be them. And they were all gathering at the Institute of Crypto Anarchy in downtown Prague.
Police represents tools and ways how to protect our freedoms against authoritative tendencies in political and social institutions. I'm sorry, it's limited really. We cannot
we cannot take pictures of people, yeah?
Stepping into the Hackers Congress, I had felt entirely unsure about what I was about to enter. So unsure, in fact, that I had circled the block before actually going in. And when I finally found a few participants who would speak on camera, it came with certain conditions.
Great. Let's go inside.
So when you're all set, you can have a seat.
So what's with the map? What's with the gap?
Well, I think it's very important that you keep your privacy today, and you have a lot of, facial recognition outside. We're living in a time and age where automatic computer algorithms are searching all media for faces. And I don't really want my face to be everywhere I am. If you want to meet me, if you want to see me, come and meet me in person. So I'm not the media guy.
So how do you refer to yourself? How do you identify yourself?
Well, in this context, call me smuggler.
And what does your mom call you?
That I won't tell you. Ask my mom.
The reason we want privacy, fundamentally, is it because it allows free human action according to our own will. Humans develop when they use their own mind and make their own choices, good or bad, and they deal with their own consequences. That's how we grow. You have to be able to screw up without getting slammed. And when there's somebody looking down at you, when you have to be afraid, when you have to lower your voice to talk about certain things, you are squeezing out human development, human evolution.
I think nowadays it's a much more subtle way of totalitarianism. On the outside, you have all these freedoms. You can wear whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, you can be gay, it's all fine. Like we are free people. Earlier, totalitarian systems, it was much clearer to people that you're not free. And now it's like you're this happy consumer who can, watch all the movies on Netflix, but as soon as you're really trying to push a little bit to change the system, you are being attacked. And all the other ones say, what's your problem? Just like me on Facebook.
When we're sitting in front of the computer in our own homes, we're in the environment that we usually associate with privacy. But what we're actually doing is we're shouting things from the rooftops. Without protecting ourselves, we have just opened our private living space to the whole world. And that is why I say, be careful. What you're doing right there is something you wouldn't do if you would really understand what you're doing, because you're not doing it in any other way of your life.
I've never been particularly privacy-minded. When I open an app on my phone, I'm not exactly thinking about where that data might end up.
Facebook, Google, they're surveillance systems. Anytime you use a product that's free, somehow that company has to pay its employees. So that means you're not really the customer, you're not paying them. And that means you're the product.
I'm not going to stop using Facebook. I'm not going to stop using Google until they start hunting people down and killing them.
The idea that my generation would suddenly stop using social media seemed a little crazy, which is more or less how my friends saw it too.
I mean, it is fucked up that you can't just, say whatever you want.
I guess I've accepted the fact that I'm being tracked. I'm not doing anything illegal. Not on the internet.
If I have nothing to hide, why should I be afraid? I'm thinking if I have anything to hide.
Your privacy is not violated in the moment that somebody takes your pictures and posts them online. Privacy is violated in the moment somebody is interested in your pictures and stores them. That is where the violation happens. Somebody grabbing your data and just storing it because he might want to use it. And it's this threat of a might that we are all subconsciously aware of.
Everybody does something wrong. Maybe you cheat on your wife, or you were drunk at this party and you have this, ridiculous picture of you, and then they can use that information to either enforce the law which we didn't enforce before, or they just blackmail you on public.
When you're in a state where you have no privacy, where you have no anonymity, you're always worried about somebody looking in, somebody who's going to either physically punish you or say bad things about you behind your back or shame you. Shame among humans is like weapons of mass destruction.
So what is it that we need to do to preserve our freedom? Start wearing masks? Throughout this 3D printed fashion show, I kept thinking about how paradoxical it is to believe we could only really be free in hiding, especially in the West, where we're so used to exposing everything. I had been in Cairo during the Arab Spring, at the same time that Shira Frankel was writing about the dramatic events there. Hey, Shira. Now she was writing for BuzzFeed about encryption technologies, like Tor.
In the West, we have this idea that the dark web is dark and evil and all things nefarious, where in the rest of the world, it's not called the dark net, and it's not thought of as this evil meeting ground. It's thought of as a place for them to exchange information in a free and safe way. I've met with LGBT activists in countries in Africa and in the Middle East who consider it one of their only remaining safe havens. And when I say to them that, in the U.S. we call it the dark net, that's what our politicians call it, they laugh and they think that's an insane idea. And they go, but this is where we're safe. This is where we talk. This is where, as I can be myself in a safe way. So there are large parts of the world where just being yourself online is enough to get you arrested. So for those people who know that they aren't safe online, that they aren't safe to just send emails or be part of Facebook groups, encrypted technologies can mean can be a lifesaver, actually.
I could understand the need for the darknet while living under a dictatorial regime, but freedom is a fundamental part of democratic societies, isn't it?
אנחנו נמצאים היום במפגש בין שתי צורות שלטון מתחרות. זו שבה האח הגדול הוא זה שמנהל את החיים לתושבי המדינה.
Okay, we need you to get these arms before they're out of reach. Take our technical aqua and bring down the transport helos. Then it's a salvage job.
כדי לעשות את זה, הוא חייב לעצור את האיום שטומנים לו הזאבים, הטרוריסטים, האנשים שרוצים להפוך את השלטון בכוח, ולפעמים גם האנשים שרוצים להפוך את השלטון לא בכוח. השאלה היא איך השלטון יכול לעצור את הטרוריסטים ואת הפושעים בלי לפגוע גם בחופש הדיבור. ולשאלה הזאת אין עדיין תשובה טובה. מה אתה עושה כשהחובה שלך היא להגן על המדינה ואתה רואה שהאיום כל כך גדול? אתה נכנס להיסטריה ואתה מתחיל לעקוב אחרי כל דבר וכל אחד. כי אם אפילו טרוריסט אחד עובר בין האחורים שברשת שלך, אתה יודע שהאיום שהוא טומן כל כך גדול שאתה לא יכול להרשות לעצמך.
One terrorist was enough to make us hysterical. 19 of them was enough to set the world on fire. Within months of 9/11, the U.S. Congress would pass the Patriot Act, and the NSA would begin the mass surveillance programs it had sought to enact for years.
I take the threat of terrorism seriously, and I think we all do.
It would be over a decade before Snowden revealed that the NSA hadn't just been tracking terrorists. They'd been following millions of innocent Americans as well.
I think it's really disingenuous for the government to justify programs that have never been shown to keep us safe, but cost us liberties and freedoms that we don't need to give up.
When I came back to the U.S. and I spoke to people about the Snowden files, a lot of them sort of shrugged their shoulders and like, well, what do you expect? Of course the government's doing this. Of course the government's monitoring us in these, X, Y, and Z ways. And so I thought that was interesting, that on the one hand, here were these files, this cache of documents that was going to reveal in an unprecedented way what the government was doing to spy on us, and at the same time, here were Americans shrugging their shoulders and being like, so what?
It don't matter. Fuck, that was pissing me off.
They say they want the information because it's good for you.
Being stupid.
Well, there's a problem with that. Number one is that they just collect everything they can and get everything they can because they can, and because, to be honest, if you're in government, if you're doing that type of work, the odds are very high that you have sort of a control bias psychologically. They like control. They want to think everything, if something bad could happen if we don't control that. Well, something bad could always happen. So when you take that as a standard, there's no end.
בתמסורות פנימיות של ה-NSA, אנחנו יכולים לראות שהשלטון וה-NSA כבר התחילו להעביר מסמכים פנימיים ביניהם, שמלמדים את הסוכנים שלהם מה הפגיעויות, לא של טרוריסטים, של מטיפים מוסלמיים. כשהשלטון ממפה מה נקודות תורפה של מטיפים מוסלמיים, מצביע על אחד מהם ואומר, הוא בולש בפורנו באינטרנט. פתאום לשלטון יש כוח ככה לכבות את המוניטין ואת הסמכותיות של כל בן אדם שהוא לא אוהב את מה שהוא אומר.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up.
אולי אני רק אומר שיכול להיות שגם המטיפים החשובים ביותר, גם מרטין לותר קינג, בגד באשתו על ימין ועל שמאל וישן באופן סדרתי, דבר שהוא הסתיר מהציבור עד כמה שהיה יכול. הוא היה חי היום, והוא היה מתחיל את אותה מהפכה של לתת זכויות לשחורים באמריקה. השלטון היה יכול לכבות אותו בכזאת קלות. אם אפשר לעשות את זה לכל אחד, לאן זה לוקח את המדינה? כשהדעות הסותרות לא נשמעות, כשאין דמוקרטיה אמיתית שיכולה לגרום לשלטון לשנות כיוון ולפנות למקומות יותר בטוחים. זה מוביל אותנו למקומות רעים מאוד.
If that was the case, then where would the next Martin Luther King be able to spread his message? For the crypto-anarchists gathered in Prague, the answer was clear, in places like the Darknet. Only for them, spreading the message was just step one. The next step was how to build systems that exist outside of government control.
Hello, this is Pegasus
altogether.
Lifestyle Management. How can I help?
Crypto-anarchists are anarchists who
Great.
believe in
The aircraft is waiting for you at our nearest airfield. We trust you'll be happy, sir.
A Terra Nova, a free territory with walls of cryptography around it, and they can converse with cryptography, they can use cryptographic currencies, they can create, to a very considerable extent, a separate realm in which they can live.
How would this separate realm operate, though, if we're still completely dependent on the state?
What the state provides is lots of bureaucracy, senseless work that I have to do every day, like to go to offices and to undergo all these taxes and so. But state also provides basic needs we have, like safety, security, roads and everything, but all of these things can be provided privately by means of decentralized tools. So everything can be provided by global providers or provider from totally different countries. The national borders are not making sense in this surrounding, because on the web it totally doesn't matter where you join from.
So then the alternative to the state and systems growing in the deep web was a call for revolution? With that thought in mind, I finally managed to catch up with Julia Turiansky, whose flashy YouTube clips had brought me to Prague.
But you cry, prove anarchy works, and we say, welcome to anarchy, population everyone.
Could it be that our anarchistic ideas sounded a little more grounded in person?
I think people need guidance, people need governance in some degree, but the difference is that governance doesn't have to be forced upon people. As long as you can opt out and leave, then that's it's morally in line with an anarchist philosophy. So yeah, I'm not naive. I don't think there's going to be some grand collapse and we're going to have beautiful anarchy. I think it's about creating those little communities for yourself and finding locations where you are able to opt out, which are becoming more diverse and more dispersed and more available.
One of the systems that the crypto-anarchist community was already using to opt out was Bitcoin, cryptocurrency that allows you to conduct anonymous transactions online and has already gained an international following. Once you've got virtual currency, it's not too far of a leap to start creating virtual states.
Yesterday there was a lecture about BitNation, which is a project that shows that blockchain technology can be used for services that are usually provided only by governments and states.
BitNation is creating a new world where thousands or millions of nations
actually compete for customers by offering better services. It's a world where everyone can choose.
BitNation is a nation, which means connecting people who share familiar, similar values, etc., together without a state, right? So I will call BitNation a stateless state. If you dissociate governance with territory, you don't need to fear for your own governance principles.
Alongside the stateless state would come online crypto markets for everyday goods. Essentially the family-friendly version of what I'd already seen on the darknet.
There will be decentralized, anonymous crypto markets that will be technically impossible to shut down these markets by the government. Financial and social system will collapse. There is no rational approach how social system we can survive, especially if you have so many old people and only few young productive people. So I think the government system will collapse. So this can be a good point to switch to something completely new.
Government collapse, parallel systems to replace them. The crypto-anarchists traced it all back to the cypherpunks and what they'd written in 1988.
You look at the cypherpunks and the things they were writing before the technology was there, and now the technology is here. I mean, how happy are they? Like, they were right.
Reading their writings felt like reading some sort of sci-fi prophecy. Privacy is necessary for an open society in the electronic age. Everything that they said would happen almost 30 years ago was actually happening in the here and now. Bitcoin, building anonymous systems with electronic money. WikiLeaks, crypto-anarchy will allow national secrets to be traded freely. Darknet, systems which allow anonymous transactions to take place. Crypto markets, an anonymous computerized market will allow illicit and stolen materials to be traded. They even predicted the way that governments would respond to these developments. The state will try to slow the spread of this technology, citing national security concerns.
Whenever somebody does something that protects the privacy of an individual, sooner or later, the government and the government media will take out one of those cards and say, this is bad because terrorist, or this is bad because drugs. Those things are actually bad. You know, yeah, it is bad to be a terrorist. But what the government really does there, or the opponents of privacy really do there, they play on our emotional piano.
Okay, let's see. WikiLeaks, U.S. government.
The United States strongly condemns the illegal disclosure of classified information. It threatens our national security.
If this becomes a standard currency, it could radically and dramatically transform the role of central banks.
A few years ago, we learned of an underground website called Silk Road. A push for increased funding aimed at fighting cyber drug dealers.
Silk Road had been synonymous with the darknet. Until the U.S. government shut it down, it had been the largest market of its kind, moving $1.2 billion in product, mostly drugs.
The biggest criminal trial in the history of the internet is over this morning. The mastermind of the Silk Road website was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
For the crypto-anarchists I met in Prague, Ross Ulbricht wasn't some sort of drug kingpin. Instead, he was the most visible victim of the government's efforts to kill off the darknet crypto markets by making an example out of it.
If you look at the history of cypherpunk crypto-anarchy, that's actually one of the first real-world examples of a counter-economy in operation, and it was hugely successful. You had a darknet market, you had some form of anonymization, you had some form of digital anonymous currency, and it became very big very quickly. And that's basically...
All right then, that'll keep him busy on the floor.
Lies, and I think that's why the state realized it's actually threatening. Silk Road was threatening the status quo. It was threatening the power of the state. Now imagine that would exist not just for drugs, but it would exist for food. It would exist for energy. If every good on the planet is reasonably priced, available on the black market, the state loses most of its income, most of its ability to regulate,
most of his ability to actually favor certain companies, and then what would happen? It will lose his power. I want governments to be away, if that's my option. If I had the red button that says all governments, all states, all involuntary organizations disappear right now, I would hit the button right now.
No states, no central governments or banks. What would happen if we pushed the red button? Absolute chaos? Or a new beginning? I left Prague feeling like I was coming back from the future. Only a rude awakening was waiting for me in the present. 2 attacks in Paris, 1 in the U.S.
Oh my gosh.
Downed plane in Egypt. Didn't we need stronger protections against these guys, even if it meant sacrificing some privacy?
You can't have 100% security and also then have 100% privacy and 0 inconvenience. We're going to have to make some choices.
But I was just in Washington a couple months ago, and I was speaking to a lot of politicians, and this is just following the horrific attacks that happened in Paris and just before the attacks that happened in San Bernardino in California. And a lot of the politicians were saying, the darknet's to blame, Tor is to blame, and crypto technologies are to blame. There had been that very week a lot of reports in the press about how the attackers that were involved in Paris had communicated with one another and with ISIS leadership back in Iraq and Syria through Tor.
The dark web. The U.S. believes ISIS and others are now using the most covert part of the online world to recruit fighters, share intelligence, and potentially plan real-world attacks.
And in the weeks that emerged, it turned out that not only had they not used encrypted technology, they'd been sending SMS messages to one another. I think that for politicians, oftentimes blaming things on the dark web is a really easy way to sort of wash their hands of an intelligence failure. Why say we missed an SMS call, we missed, SMS text message? Why say we missed a phone call when you can say, oh no, this was on the dark web, who could have possibly have balanced the scary thing that was happening. It's a carte blanche to say we didn't miss anything.
It's easy to scapegoat the darknet. Say that if it weren't there, our lives would be safer, more secure. The darknet has always existed, in one form or another.
תראה, אני אספר לך איך פגשתי את הדארקנט הראשון שלי. הייתי בן 4, וההורים שלי כל פעם שהם לא רצו שאני אבין משהו, הם עברו לדארקנט, ביידיש. היידיש היה הדארקנט שלהם. ובגיל 4 אני חי במקביל בשתי רשתות. ברשת הפתוחה, בעברית, וברשת היידיש, שאני קולט את הרגשות, קולט את המבטים, קולט את הרוגז או את מה שזה לא יהיה, אבל עבורי זה מוצפן.
So then the darknet isn't just a place. It's the representation of a basic need we all have.
Get ready to amazing revolutions in what is to be human.
For Yanki Margalit, an evangelist for the movement to integrate humans and technology,
we are going to program mankind.
Our very way of thinking needed a reset.
הדארקנט עבורי הוא מקום מאוד מאוד מעניין. מי שמתחזק את הדארקנט, מי שבונה את הדארקנט, האידיאליסטים שמחזיקים את הדארקנט, הם אנשים שהם מאמינים מאוד מאוד בכל ליבם בזכות לפרטיות, באפשרות לפרטיות. אני רק יודע שהמאבק שלנו היום לפרטיות הישנה הוא פתטי. הוא פתטי, כי מזמן הפסדנו אותו, צריך להגדיר את זה מחדש לגמרי. כשאתה מסתכל על השנים האחרונות, ואתה מסתכל טיפה גם לתוך העתיד, אתה רואה שהמין האנושי כולו משתנה. הוא עובר היום איזשהו סוג של שינוי מאוד מאוד מואץ. אנחנו מחברים את הטכנולוגיה לביולוגיה, את הביולוגיה לאלקטרוניקה, ויוצרים לדעתי מין אנושי חדש. מין שהוא משוכלל יותר, מחובר יותר. אנחנו גם לוקחים את האנשים כאינדיבידואלים, ומחברים אותם למשהו גדול יותר. עבורי זה מזכיר מאוד את ההתחברות של התאים שיצרו את הבן אדם. הרי תחשוב על התאים שבונים אותך. טריליונים של תאים שבונים אותך, התאים האלה איבדו את הפרטיות שלהם, התאים האלה איבדו את האינדיבידואליות שלהם, אבל נוצר בן אדם בסופו של דבר. בתחושה שלי היום, אנחנו מרכיבים את המין האנושי כולו כתאים למשהו גדול יותר. וכשאתה בונה משהו גדול יותר, ושנבנה משהו גדול יותר, נושא הפרטיות הוא נושא מאוד מאוד מעניין. כי אתה יודע מי הם התאים הכי פרטיים, עם הכי הרבה פרטיות בגוף האדם. התאים הסרטניים.
Said it then? Privacy isn't just dead, it's cancerous? Maybe. With so many crazies running around, world order seems too fragile to entrust to the vision of the cypherpunks and crypto-anarchists, especially those unwilling to show their faces. No. I was ready to end my piece there, but then Smuggler came back out of the shadows. In a private IRC chat, he took a fairly big leap for a privacy extremist. He told me I should come for a visit. The streets of Berlin with two guys in masks made me a little uncomfortable, even if we'd already met once before. What must have been going through the taxi driver's head?
Think about it, like, psychologically, why you were nervous. And
I mean, look at you. But fear can be a misleading emotion. What was I supposed to be afraid of, really? The cancerous cells? Or giving up our privacy and individuality to become one big organism?
You can't make all people work the same ways. And we see that in nature as well. Farming, for example. You know, if you're using all the same methods, all the same crop, all the time, sooner or later, your farming operation will break down because reality depends on diversity to become stable. Cut off camera here. Privacy is to ideas what evolution is to biology. You know, to have a healthy ecosystem, you need local niches, and you need evolution, you need different organisms who are like mutating, who are evolving, and some of them will die, and some of them will prosper, and then the whole is a very resilient structure. And the same for a healthy society. You need many different ideas, and the good ones will actually survive. And if you think about this future of all humanity being one organism, going one direction, one bug kills the whole thing.
Right.
And it's game over.
And that would be worse than our fears of nuclear war have ever been.
I mean, imagine what we had with the Third Reich in Germany. Imagine just the Third Reich globally. No other countries stopping it. What the fuck, you know?
All our forward progress, all the benefits of our interconnected world, is history truly just bound to repeat itself?
We're entering a future that our parents couldn't imagine. What will be the result of that is up to science fiction. Now, I don't want to live in a future where the control over everything, every bit of technology, every bit of information, how to build things, what to think, is so big that, you know, George Orwell is rotating in his grave, you know, because I don't think that such a future will be very sustainable.
So then when is your work done?
Never. Yeah, never. I mean, some people work for surveillance, and we work to increase privacy. We will never get there. It's an ideal to strive for.
Plus, even if we work for more privacy, it doesn't mean that anybody will stop working for surveillance. So as long as they're working for surveillance, we have a job to do.
But some people would say, I don't know, maybe you're paranoid. I mean, you're not outright criminals, you don't sell drugs, you don't...
But I mean, there are many. I think the whole discussion, it's weird how the discussion got so reframed that we are actually the ones who have to do the defending. You know, why do you have curtains in your flat? Why do you lock your door? And there are many old
historical incidents where people got killed because of data collected of something. You know, that's what happened in the Third Reich.
The thing that happened in the years before the Third Reich even existed is that a lot of nation-states required registration of citizens. And one of the things that many states like the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Germany required was to write down your religion. The Nazis came in and took those registries to search them.
Right. So when Germany invaded other countries, they would just have to
look up the register,
and kill the people with the wrong religion. Right. You know, they didn't know that might be a problem in 10 years.
Most of them never believed it. One should realize that you cannot actually know what the future brings. You cannot even make up the shit that's happening on the world today, let alone in 5 years.
Leaving the container, I turned my phone back on and found my way to the train via Google Maps. I pulled up Gmail to send off the article to my editor and wondered how I could sum it all up. Where did the rabbit hole lead me to? Darknet wasn't the great evil I'd been led to believe. If anything, it seemed it might be the only place left for us to escape the increasingly watchful eyes of Big Brother. A place where we could shed our old identities and begin to create new ones, even new worlds. A place where we could know real freedom. Only here I kept returning to Smuggler's words as I left the container, that most people don't want real freedom at all. They just want enough freedom to be comfortable.
I no longer live with the uncertainties.
Oh, yeah, you don't. Because you're taking some kind of bullshit medication.
I let go of all those feelings because I am cured with Harvoni.
Harvoni is a revolutionary treatment for the most common type of chronic hepatitis C.
Oh, shut up.
Imagine the deepest, darkest portion of the ocean, miles and miles deep. Now, take that and put it into the internet, and that gives you the dark web. It is the World Wide Web content that exists on darknets and overlay networks, which use the internet but require specific software configurations or authorization to access. The dark web forms a small part of the deep web, which they are not the same thing. The part of the web not indexed by search engines, although sometimes the term deep web is mistakenly used to refer specifically to the dark web. I'm running a $200 Amazon gift card the entire month of July. All you have to do to enter is like this video, Be subscribed, turn on your notifications, and leave a comment why you want to win it with your Twitter handle attached. I will announce the winner at the end of the month on Twitter. I get excited for every top 10 I do, but some of them I get a little more excited than normal, and today's is one of those top 10s. And the internet is a strange place, but some parts of it are, well, a little stranger than others. What's up, guys? Jimmy here. Welcome to Chaos Top 10s. And today we are going to be counting down the top 10 secrets about the dark web that you probably didn't know. Also, a little disclaimer for obvious reasons. We're not going to be including any
When I grew up, I read 1984. And it was like, in one way, he was a visionary, but in other...
This is the story of a nightmare. A demon that strikes healthy teenagers and young adults, that robs them of past, present, future, even life itself.
You know, schizophrenia is about the most complicated and fascinating disease that people have because it's so complex. It has so many different kinds of symptoms.
I heard little voices like angels.
I thought I could fly.
Feels like my head's exploding. Feels like my head's going into spontaneous combustion, man.
Schizophrenia is not split personality. Schizophrenia is not a creative adaptation that an individual makes to an insane world.
I'd walk down the street crying. I was crying all the time for no reason, and people would say, "Why is that girl crying?" And I'd explode. I'd say, "Don't you understand?"
This one's more like quid pro quo.
Disorder.
You take out some bad actors for me, I've got an easy resupply for you. It's a good deal all
just
around.
Wants to be different.
Every voice was God. And so everything they told me to do was a command from God, and I was a good Christian, so I had to do what they said.
Schizophrenia is a brain disease that expresses itself in terms of disturbances of thinking and perception and behavior.
Paranoia, hallucinations, emotional withdrawal. For victims of schizophrenia, everyday life is a strange and terrifying journey. Schizophrenia shatters people's ability to feel or communicate, to understand or interact with the everyday world. The symptoms represent what we know best about the disease. What we don't know is exactly why it strikes, who will be the next victim, or how to stop it. This film is a journey into the lives of people who suffer from schizophrenia and the scientists who are trying to understand it.
Nobody knows. It's a mystery why this happens. It seems to be part of the human condition in that it is a uniquely human disorder as far as we know, and about 1% of the population worldwide has the disease.
1% of the world population. 1 out of every 100 children, regardless of race, sex, economic class, or culture, will fall victim to the disease of the fragmented mind. Among its victims, we find prodigies and prophets, great artists, and mass murderers. But mostly, we find ordinary people like ourselves, our brothers and sisters, sons and daughters.
This is part of the human condition in that something that some people are going to have.
Schizophrenia strikes young men and women, most often between the ages of 15 and 30, and sends them into a state of endless mental agony.
I think of it
Merriweather
as
Security
an extremely
Consulting.
tragic
How can I
disease
help?
because it pulls
Your
the
Merriweather
rug out
Air
from
team
people,
is on its way.
psychologically speaking, right when they're entering the time of their life. In schizophrenia, it's totally silent for up to 2 decades during infancy, childhood, and early adolescence. You have people who are valedictorians and the best athletes in school, the most popular individuals, and boom, they develop schizophrenia and everything changes.
Do you think you've had a difficult life?
Oh, yeah, I've had a lot of suffering. I've had a lot of suffering, yeah.
Do you think your life has been harder than like other people?
Okay, show us who's lying. Most people I know. How can you ask that question when I've had 71 psychiatric institutionalizations?
Steve was the eldest son of a family from Scarsdale, New York. As a child, his brain was a gift of the gods. It carried him through the best schools in the country. As an adult, it turned against him, drove him into mental institutions not 71, but 76 times. Steve blamed his problems on his mother, who was overprotective. His mother blamed it on his father, who was oversensitive. His father blamed it on Steve's friends, who gave him LSD. The doctors said that Steve had schizophrenia. Steve's mother told the doctors they had schizophrenia. No one in Steve's family knew what schizophrenia was.
Steve, can you describe the transition when you started, feeling psychotic?
Oh, yeah, it's like going to sleep in a penthouse in Manhattan and somehow waking up in on the suburbs of Nairobi in the jungle. It's as dramatic as that, yeah.
In 1969, Steve had graduated from MIT and just finished his first year of medical school. At age 21, he suffered the first of many psychotic attacks. A world full of promise was flooded with fear and paranoia.
How do you describe paranoia? I mean, paranoia becomes just so incredibly intense that the feeling that everybody in the room knows what you're thinking, the feeling that everybody in the room wants to control you and get you to act in a certain way, either socially, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, or sexually. They're all trying to force you to do certain things and act and think in a certain way.
For Steve, life became a painful roller coaster ride between madness and clarity, and his own brain became his worst enemy.
Intense suffering for me is going beyond my limits. Having too many neurons fire at once, having too many planes, being on too many planes at the same time. If you're asking how it affects my body, goddamn, I don't know.
Now, what is
it? Feels like my head's exploding.
Inside this box is the most sophisticated computer known to man. It can analyze complex situations and process multiple sensory inputs simultaneously. Inside this box is a human brain. At the Harvard Brain Tissue Resource Center in Massachusetts, Dr. Stephen Vincent and his staff search for clues to the causes of insanity by studying the difference between healthy and diseased brains.
Every time we have a brain here that we're processing, my staff and myself are constantly in awe of the miracle of what it is and the power of what it is and the ultimate mystery of what the human mind is and how the human brain functions.
A convoluted mass of fatty tissue, blood vessels, and fluid weighing under 2 pounds on average, the human brain has been the subject of clinical research for generations. This brain was alive only 4 hours earlier. Scientists have found visible differences in the size and shape of certain regions of the brains of some people with schizophrenia, but the findings are not consistent. And when viewed under the microscope, it is virtually impossible to distinguish the brain tissue of a person with schizophrenia from that of a normal individual.
Come help y'all. Fire.
So what is it that makes a schizophrenic brain different from a normal brain?
Science is now showing us that the differences are at the level of brain wiring and brain chemistry.
Most brain activity involves communication between cells called neurons. Messages are sent by chemicals called neurotransmitters, such as dopamine and serotonin. In people with schizophrenia, these chemicals are often found in abnormal levels. But this imbalance in brain chemistry is only one reason for the communications breakdowns of schizophrenia. Increasingly, neurologists attribute some of these problems to irregularities in the structural organization of brain cells, patterns first established during fetal brain development. During the second trimester of pregnancy, neurons actually migrate to build specific pathways in the brain. Any errors at this stage have lasting repercussions.
The brains of these individuals with schizophrenia are wired somewhat differently. That is, the neurons are interconnected perhaps in different patterns than those of brains of individuals who are normal.
Only recently has modern technology given researchers the necessary tools to begin to understand the physical functions of the brain. Magnetic resonance imaging, or MRI, is used to create detailed images of the living brain, at work processing information. Dr. Nancy Andreasen from the University of Iowa was a pioneer in this field.
The most compelling evidence for what is wrong with the brain in schizophrenia comes from functional imaging studies, where we can use the circuits in the brain. Circuits are areas that are interconnected with one another and that have to communicate with one another. You can think about it as, programs on a computer making calls here and there for pieces of information or whatever. And in schizophrenia, those circuits aren't working right, and they're calling up connections, and they're misconnecting. And because they're misconnecting, sometimes people get the wrong information and hear voices when they shouldn't, or they misinterpret things that they see.
Scientists believe the problems are in part genetic. Human brain wiring begins at conception. Sensitive ultrasound imaging now allows researchers to monitor development of the fetal brain inside the womb.
In those early stages where neurons are being generated and they're migrating to their final positions and sending out branches to connect to other brain cells, it is thought that there may be some differences in the way that's happening with individuals who eventually are diagnosed with schizophrenia in their young adult time.
By tracking subjects from the womb right on through onset of the disease, researchers hope to pinpoint when and how the structural damage of schizophrenia strikes the brain.
We know how parts of it work. We know a lot about neurochemistry and receptors and development of the brain, but piecing that all together as a functioning whole unit of a human being with emotions and memory and personality, that we don't understand.
Stephen and Sean are identical twins. They grew up in a small village outside of Newcastle, England. As children, no one could tell them apart, not even their parents. Same genes, same family, same environment. But today there is one big difference. At the age of 30, one is healthy. One has schizophrenia.
How has he changed?
He's a lot quieter now, and more in himself, And he's like more lethargic. He doesn't get motivated much.
Once open and uninhibited, today, Sean hardly ever ventures outside of his home. As boys, the twins were indistinguishable and inseparable. Whatever they did together. They started a rock band. They played soccer, partied, drank, and experimented with drugs. Sean's talents led him to one of England's top art schools. At 20, he was designing award-winning logos for a prestigious graphic design company in London. Then, his mind and his life collapsed.
It was like I was getting distinctions and that, which is like the highest grade you can get. And we used to do like freelance work, sometimes for proper companies.
Could you do that today, do you think?
Oh, no, it's too much pressure on that type of work. I mean, you've got to meet deadlines and everything.
Today, at the age of 30, the twins are still inseparable. The disease that has shattered Sean's childhood dreams has leveled his brother Stephen as well. Both men are unemployed. Stephen is devoted to helping his brother cope in a chaotic world. The two are inseparable, but no longer indistinguishable.
All right, then. That'll keep him busy on the floor.
If the problem wasn't there, everything would be a lot better, you know. I mean, I think it must be a lot worse for Sean, you know, because he's got the problem, you know.
Two things keep Sean in touch with the world: his brother and antipsychotic drugs.
If I didn't take the medication, I'd be locked up now.
Can you tell me, like, what you would do, what you think?
Probably just start fighting or trying to kill someone.
Did you ever worry that you were going to get the same disease?
I still do, you know. I mean, it's probably a possibility, I don't know.
A possibility what?
That I could get it, you know. I don't see why not. If he's getting it. We are twins.
Wait, did you want to...
Once a year, Stephen and Sean leave their hometown, bound for the London Institute of Psychiatry, where they are subjects in a study of twins and schizophrenia. After 10 years of living with this destroyer of the human spirit, Stephen hopes the study will confirm that his brain has escaped the disease. Sean is hoping that someday science will come up with a cure for an affliction that from its very onset buried him in a state of confusion and paranoia.
First, I thought I was turning telepathic, and I could read people's minds and that, because I didn't know what was going on. And then I thought it might be like spirits or ghosts or something.
The first terrors of schizophrenia are only heightened by the victim's inability to comprehend the symptoms of onset. At first, Sean had no idea what was happening. Vivid hallucinations and growing paranoia convinced him that he was possessed. Soon, he believed that his own brother was part of a plot against him.
As time went on, it got that much that he was questioning us all the time. And I thought, hold on, this is getting serious, you know. He actually thinks that I'm saying things against him or plotting something.
Sean's psychosis was not the first time the twins had encountered the disease. When the boys were 5 years old, their mother was hit by schizophrenia and her sanity shattered forever. Watching his brother fall victim was devastating for Stephen. But it wasn't just lightning striking twice. Scientists now believe that schizophrenia is partly hereditary.
Schizophrenia has its origins basically at conception. That is, it is a disease in which there's a genetic vulnerability.
Having one parent with schizophrenia, Sean and Stephen had a 1 in 8 chance of inheriting the disease. But like 50% of all sets of identical twins with the disease, schizophrenia has struck only one of the pair, which tells us that it's more than just genetic.
Genes mean that it's necessary to develop the disease, but not by themselves sufficient to develop the disease. There's something more that's needed. What is the more? The more has to come from the environment.
At the London Institute of Psychiatry, Stephen and Sean are part of a study tracking 160 sets of twins. Here and around the world, scientists are searching for reasons why one twin can be stricken by schizophrenia while the other escapes.
Twins are a fascinating group of people in that here you've got an identical pair. They share exactly the same genes. You can try and tease out the influences of the genes versus the influences of the environment.
Dr. Farouk Ahmad is one of the specialists searching for the triggers to psychosis in the London study of twins.
Even though we think of them having a common shared environment, the environment itself can be very different. For example, during pregnancy, the blood supply to one twin may be more than to the other twin, which would affect its growth and also the brain development. And we know from other studies that birth complications are important in predisposing people to developing schizophrenia.
Sean was born with 2 strikes against him. A mother who would fall victim to schizophrenia, and, born 20 minutes after his brother, a birth marked by complications. Their painful history makes the brothers perfect subjects for study. Using magnetic resonance imaging, Dr. Ahmad is looking for signs of how the disease has changed Sean's brain.
Sean, can you hear me? I'm going to ask you to start with a word as soon as you see the letter.
For people with schizophrenia, even basic mental tasks can be overwhelming. By tracking blood flow within the brain, the MRI monitors how the brain tackles a job. Comparing results from Stephen and Sean's tests would reveal the difference in how their brains work and look.
Stephen, that's your brain. So I've got one. Yes, you have got one. And so you both have got one. We've never found anyone without a brain yet.
Yeah. Have you learned anything from the tests that you've done on me and Sean?
Yep. An interesting thing which I'll point out to you here is that this is the CSF, the water, in the ventricles.
Yeah.
And the ventricles are like rooms inside the brain, which the water flows through.
If genetics were the sole factor, the twins would have identical brains. But the structural images reveal striking differences between the 2 brains. Sean's brain is notably smaller than his identical twin, with more water and less gray matter. Sean's ventricles are clearly enlarged and asymmetrical, a known sign of schizophrenia. Whether the brain deterioration be a result of the disease or the medication is still unknown. But Sean is desperate for the process to be stopped.
I think in terms of a cure, there's nothing which will cure schizophrenia overnight. It's a combination of medication, social inputs, and psychological inputs.
His brother, his family, and medication enable Sean to exist on the fringes of society. But he is a shadow of his former self.
What do you think about when you look at these pictures?
Oh. Just wish I was like that. Like I used to be.
Do you think it's unfair somewhere? I mean, do you feel like...
We didn't win all those when the government come out.
For Sean, every day is a struggle with fear, the nightmare that keeps him locked inside a lonely and frightening world.
I told them to let y'all win shit. I ain't gonna win. We ain't gonna win all of them.
Insanity is an ancient affliction, perhaps as old as humanity itself. For much of history, the only thing as painful as the madness was the way mankind tried to deal with it. We've tried to lock it away, cut it out, shock it, or burn it out. But the nightmare refuses to disappear. Madness has always been with us. In ancient cultures, insanity was believed to be the result of a physical affliction, an imbalance of the 4 body fluids. The brain was the organ of the mind and susceptible to disease. But it wasn't until the Middle Ages that madness was proclaimed a sign of the devil, a punishment by God. Between 1460 and 1680, tens of thousands of mentally ill, mostly women, were burned at the stake as witches or heretics. Inhumane treatment persisted throughout the Renaissance. Victims of mental illness were cast into asylums and prisons, shackled and chained and left to rot in their own waste. By the 19th century, madness had become a subject of science. Still, new techniques for study, confinement, and suppression of lunacy were little more humane and no more productive than what had come before. With the 20th century and the birth of psychiatry, the disease of paranoia, withdrawal, and hallucination was defined and named. Schizophrenia, the affliction of the fragmented mind. Modern therapies like electroshock and lobotomy could still be abusive. Science had tracked the nightmare to the brain, but man was still determined to cut it out. The first real breakthrough in treatment came in 1951 with the discovery of neuroleptic drugs in France, powerful medications which diminished the experience of psychosis. Numbed by these powerful drugs, people with schizophrenia could return to a life outside of the walled institution. But medication can only moderate the symptoms, the experience of a life lived in constant sensory overload, captive to a brain unable to tell the difference between what is real and what is imagined. Imagine a world where a busy restaurant feels like the front lines of a battlefield. Where every sound, every voice, every note of music, we're all firing at you at the same volume.
Where's my motherfucking time? Who's the host of that? Must have been a little creepy.
Imagine that in every glance you felt people reading your mind, injecting thoughts into your head. That all of those imagined voices inside of your head are screaming at once in a language you don't understand.
Excusez-moi, monsieur, vous désirez un apéritif?
Imagine living trapped in a world with no boundaries between self and other. No border between your own thoughts and the thoughts of others. For millions of people around the globe, this is everyday life. Life in the world of schizophrenia.
Now, if you and I were at a cocktail party or at a train station where there were a lot of people and many conversations going on at one time, we would be able to focus in on a single conversation by blocking out all of the other noise and conversations around us.
Dr. Francine Benes is a world-renowned scientist searching for links between brain chemistry and schizophrenic behavior.
When a schizophrenic is in a crowded room with a lot of conversations occurring around them, they hear all of the conversations with equal emphasis. It becomes absolutely overwhelming to them, and the only way that they can take control over the amount of sensory information that's entering their brain is to run out of the room.
Victims of schizophrenia live in fear. The inability to filter external experience from internal thought contributes to hallucinations, voices and visions that can make even familiar situations terrifying. Recently, functional imaging has enabled researchers to monitor brain activity during psychotic episodes, adding new understanding to the power of hallucination. People with schizophrenia experience hallucinations as real because their own brain tells them that the experience is real. These MRI pictures show that the activity in a brain hearing real voices is almost identical to the same brain hearing imagined voices.
I'd hear someone call my name, or I'd hear the phone ring, or I'd hear someone at the door. So I'd go there and no one would be there.
Wait. I often notice people going into telephone booths talking. And then I began to hear voices that I thought were like calls being made to me. Wait.
Is it one voice or many voices? Men, women?
Everybody gets back to me once.
Does it make you feel bad, or can you pretty much ignore it?
Well, I try to ignore it, but sometimes it does make me feel bad.
150,000 to 200,000.
I see. And what is it that makes you feel bad?
The remarks that I hear, being called a bum and stuff like that.
So you start to take it personally?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I hear voices. I hear names that they're talking to. But the voices don't have names. I don't hear the voices. I don't know what voices.
The whole world was out to get me, and out to get my family, and it was just awful.
For many victims, mental illness is a lifelong trap. For others, it's a recurring nightmare that shatters periods of normal life. It takes an exceptional mind to cross the frontier between sanity and madness at will.
Insanity, when you're really in it, it's like a dream which you can't wake up. Nowadays, as the dream is ending, I realize that it is a dream, and then I wake up.
John Nash Jr. represents two of the greatest extremes of the human mind, a Nobel Prize-winning mathematician and a long-time victim of schizophrenia. As a graduate student in 1950 at Princeton University, Nash helped pioneer an entirely new field of mathematics called game theory. His groundbreaking ideas are at the root of modern economic theory. But it would take over 40 years before Nash was rewarded the Nobel Prize in Economics for that very theory. 40 years because, in 1959, at the age of 30, his remarkable mind short-circuited, and John Nash Jr. was hospitalized against his will for schizophrenia.
The first time I was taken to the McLean, which is a very highly rated hospital, there were policemen. I struggled with them a little at the doorway, but resistance was futile. And we realized I'd been captured like a chessman on a chessboard.
For the next 30 years, Nash's life swung back and forth, from the depths of insanity to the heights of intellectual reasoning, from homelessness in the streets of Europe to an honorary position at Princeton. His brain was subjected to insulin treatment, electroshock, high doses of medication. And still today, Dr. Nash is in a constant struggle between irrational and rational thinking.
So ultimately, I managed to get beyond hospitalization, but without actually being sane. But it, in a sense, was a sort of forced lucidity. I was forced to accept normal thinking. When I returned to the delusional thing, I felt like I was escaping from having been under
John Nash had 2 sons before he developed schizophrenia. Nash has passed on both his genius and his schizophrenia to his younger son, Johnny. Dr. Nancy Andreasen has come to meet with Nash, his wife Alicia, and their son as she pursues her research in the links between creativity and mental illness.
Man, let Purple win, man. The more money the Purple win, man. Now that you win.
What's your name?
My name's
The
Nancy.
more money the Purple win, man.
I'd like a little bit about what you were interested in when you were growing up. Your experience with playing chess.
Okay, leave me with questions, don't try to answer them.
Okay. When you first started
money
having
and winning all of them.
symptoms, as we would say.
That's the stupidity of fucking kids.
I was born again.
We could have got $40,000 or $50,000 out there. Everybody would have been happy.
And
stupid ass
I
kids.
interpreted them all as God, you know.
Either stupid ass kids or stupid ass adults.
I walked out into the middle
Somebody
of
that
the
don't understand
they wanted me to stand
understand
there in the
how to
middle
make
of the highway.
motherfucking money. Always
That
want to
sort
be
of thing.
first.
Pretty severe.
Pretty severe.
Yes. I didn't realize that my father had passed on anything to me. I was just caught by surprise. Yeah. I was not savvy like you. Psychiatrists know that sort of thing runs in the family. Instead, I was completely caught by surprise. I was flipped out at the time. I had given up my chess and my math. But I didn't really suspect that I was headed for mental hospital.
So you were in your teens, but you also managed to recover enough so that you were able to go back and eventually get a PhD in math.
Well, that's a remarkable thing, that during my religious insanity, I lost all ability to do mathematics. I had been a mathematical genius, 800 on the essay, on the achievement test. But I lost all ability to do mathematics. I couldn't add a column of numbers. But then I went back to school. The voices disappeared, and I took up math again. And I regained all my mathematical abilities I had lost. And I went on to get the PhD, yes. Published, and I followed in my father's footsteps. To do honor to my father,
Yeah.
And Johnny Nash, like his father, often experienced periods where he was able to regain his full intellectual capacity. But the psychosis would always reoccur, making life a roller coaster between insanity and lucidity.
But I'm still suffering, the symptoms of mental illness. I hallucinate. I still hallucinate.
Hide behind something, son.
I function
Rock my
despite
can
the
see you.
mental illness.
Hide behind something. There you go.
When you mention hallucinations, what do you mean explicitly? You mean a voice, or what do you mean?
Both auditory and visual.
You see something?
Yes. Didn't you know that I have visual hallucinations?
Well, you claimed it once in the hospital. I remember one time...
But you're not keeping up with me at all if you don't know that I have visual hallucinations.
What's happening?
I have visual hallucinations, Dad.
What do you see?
I see things in the air that aren't there yet.
Like ghostly figures or
what?
Like
I see the main thing.
You see shadows?
I see, in the air.
See?
Shadows, right? What do you see in the air?
You call them shadows.
You don't kill y'all.
Well, he hasn't even kept up with me.
We don't see it. You have to tell us that you see it.
It's, your parents are not your doctors, and so they don't want to intrude on your life.
That's too bad. Well, it's been a pleasure.
It's been very nice talking to you. Thanks very much.
Anger, withdrawal, isolation, denial. The symptoms of the disease and the reaction to them make treatment only more difficult.
It's rare that an individual who develops symptoms gets diagnosed quickly, comes to treatment, and then is optimally treated for the remainder of their lives. More often, people are ignorant of what is happening to them. They really don't know. Or if they do have a sense, they don't want to say anything about it because it's a highly prejudicial and stigmatized thing to say, I've got some mental disorder.
Denial is often the first reaction to the onset of schizophrenia, but it is far from the worst. Patrick's son, Gainel, was a healthy teenager of 15 when he quit high school. He told his father he quit because he thought he smelled bad. Patrick didn't think much of it until the following summer.
He left school in April, and the next summer, one day I had him on the telephone, and he was in total delirium. He was saying incredible things. That was at the time of the Olympic Games in the United States, and he told me that people on television in Houston were talking to him, and they gave him the gold medal for chaos. And he told me that on the telephone.
Well, it's gonna do y'all no good hitting killing next to them, but they gonna get it and they gonna definitely kill you.
I never thought it was a real disease. Even if I knew it, I mean, rationally, but inside me, I thought it was going to be okay one day.
Stay behind something. Stay behind
We
something.
just had to wait, and we just had to back on
Hurry up.
I told
Before
him
he
to go
comes.
back to school.
Before he comes.
See others.
Before he comes. Get it. Hurry to get it for the kids.
He's being with others and
Yeah.
normally again and living normally again.
With antipsychotic medication, Gainel's psychosis started to improve. But, despite the lucidity, his mind continued to be plagued by the symptoms of schizophrenia.
And he used to tell me, "Oh boy, I'm mad. I'm never gonna do it."
See, the little bit amount of money we got, man, we could have got at least 100,000 out this. But y'all just a waste of fucking time.
That brought us to that day when I think he felt so bad and he was kind of depressed that he suddenly decided that he couldn't do it anymore.
I go find so I know how to make money.
Said he was going out to the cafe to have a cup of coffee, and he went straight into the subway and under the train, and that was it.
On January 27th, 1998, Gainel ended his life. He was 19 years old. 50% of the young people suffering from schizophrenia will attempt suicide. 10% of them will succeed.
The sad part is that the longer a person remains actively symptomatic, the more time the disease has to progress, damage begins to accumulate in the brain, and the less responsive they are to treatment, and the poorer their prognosis becomes.
There are some folks who are thinking about prevention, and their thesis is that if we start treating these young people with medication before the onset of the disease, that you have a high likelihood of preventing the downward effects of the disease in the brain before it actually manifests itself. So this is very controversial. You're medicating somebody for something that they don't have yet and perhaps never will have.
There is no cure for schizophrenia, but medication does help to attenuate the symptoms. And the earlier the patient is treated with medication, in general, the better the outcome. At the University of North Carolina, under the direction of Dr. Jeff Lieberman, scientists are working to identify and treat patients at the earliest signs of psychosis. Dr. Diana Perkins studies the brains of first episode patients, young people dealing with the symptoms for the first time. By closely monitoring their brain structures as the disease progresses, Dr. Perkins hopes to determine whether schizophrenic brain anomalies stem from birth or develop over time.
We're very interested in the earliest stages of the illness for many reasons. One, it will give us more information about what may cause schizophrenia. We also hope that by intervening early, we may be able to prevent the onset of psychosis, the onset of the illness.
I was having some suicidal thoughts, and what brought me into the hospital originally, this last time, was I thought I could fly.
Teresa is one of the first episode patients who has come to Dr. Perkins looking for answers.
There was a meteor shower, and when the stars fall from the sky, I always thought that meant a soul was going up to God or something. And so I started believing that maybe my soul was going to be going up to God.
Teresa already knows schizophrenia all too well. Her mother was a victim.
You know, I was afraid I was going to get schizophrenia. Actually, one of my biggest fears was kind of developing that into that. And so I tried everything to not look at that, but in the process of me not looking at it, I guess it was progressing. It didn't go away, and I kept having symptoms.
Although half of the patients who suffer basic symptoms will never experience them again, the other half may be on the road to full-blown psychosis.
What we're hypothesizing is that the people that continue to develop symptoms or they continue to worsen may have some changes in these brain structures. So with Teresa, what we're going to look at is whether or not there are these changes, and does the brain change over time.
Okay, so how does my brain look?
Good, Teresa. These are pictures of your brain that are taken this way through your head. It's called axial slices. This MRI looks very normal. There are no these abnormalities. The ventricular sizes are what you would expect in a normal healthy person's brain.
I've never looked at my brain before, so I'm just trying to figure out maybe where my intuition is, or where when I dream, all those things.
For the moment, Teresa's preventive treatment seems effective. As long as she continues with medication, the symptoms may not recur. But will Teresa remain committed to a lifetime course of powerful antipsychotic medications based on a single schizophrenic episode?
My hope is to help Teresa control the symptoms. When she's all better, prevent relapses in the future. But we don't know how long people should stay on medication. And it's tough to commit to lifelong medication with just one episode. That's the kind of thing that Teresa and I will be talking about over time.
How I see my future today. Well, that's kind of a hard question for me to answer because I'm just taking this a day at a time, literally.
One day at a time, on the razor edge of paranoia and hallucination, day after day, until the day medical science breaks down the walls of madness.
I think we're getting better and better at treating schizophrenia, and now the majority of patients with schizophrenia live in the community and often are very well and may require only short admissions into hospital.
Considering where we've come in terms of our knowledge of schizophrenia, we know a great deal now, but we're on the verge of knowing an enormous amount more that will make a huge difference in our ability to diagnose and treat this disorder. And I really believe that we have the opportunity almost within our grasp to prevent or develop a cure for schizophrenia. I'm hopeful that there'll be more effective treatments will come to pass. The more we learn from basic science research, the more ammunition is available to design new medications that will be more effective with fewer side effects. And it's quite possible that in the future there may be a cure.
Modern advances in medication have freed the victims of schizophrenia from the shackles of institutional life, but they remain the prisoners of their own minds. For Sean, support from his twin brother gives him strength to live. He continues to draw whenever he finds the peace of mind. Teresa is working as a mother's aide while pursuing her artwork. Dr. John Nash is developing new mathematical theories at Princeton. And his son Johnny is living at home and struggling with his persistent hallucinations. Steve Weiner died on March 28, 1998, at the age of 49, of complications stemming from his constant bouts with mental illness.
I'm gonna be in the movies. You guys pay to see me in the movies. This is Hollywood, man. This is Hollywood. You interfere with us. It's Hollywood. You guys get me in it because I'm a star. Film that not permitted, Les. Get him in the picture.
I'm O.J. Simpson.
Okay, you're gonna get me in Hollywood pretty soon, man.
Okay.
I'll pay to see you.
big money. Life will change. See, look at everybody have. Everybody gonna be happy after this. Everybody get a chance to win. Oh, you can't kill me, purple shit. I'll run from you. I want y'all to win, purple, because we won't win. Make it look good, so I don't go to this. Sometimes that flipping come in handy and sometimes it don't. That come in handy. All right. Now it's time for us to get one. Y'all let us win. At least one of them, the money ain't gonna be big for y'all. Purple. Probably throwing grenades. and did that, man. I got that pill. I'll clean the house. Y'all don't really get it. We letting y'all win, but damn, y'all you winning in a fashion that you don't want to win because you ain't gonna have a lot of motherfucking money. It's stupid. You playing like we're kids. He got me, bro. I would shoot you. You shoot me, bro. I would come shoot you. They got the pill, but y'all the one that ain't gonna have no money when it's over with. You know with that suit on. Nah. So let's go. See, you ain't gonna get that. It make no sense. Now y'all lose. We let y'all win. Should have been just let made your money by letting it go up, down, up, down. One win, you win. You got at least 30. You got lucky. I had the wrong gun in my hand. That's good. But we ain't gonna win all of them in a row. We're gonna win 2 in a row. And then after that, let y'all win. Y'all got this one, and we got the next one. That's how it's gonna go. Y'all gonna win one? We gonna win one. Yeah. Nope. I got it. Behind me. Let them win this one. Oh, that's cold. Two of you people left. They're gonna lose out on the money. Let them win these two, man. Let them win these two. Let them win these two. What you got, dog? That was stupid what you did. You just want to get a kill. Stupid, man. All you do is let them win 2 motherfucking rounds. And we had $100,000. You know they couldn't win with just 2 people against 4. Start killing too much of me.
If I could teach the whole world to be a thug in harmony, then I would teach the whole world to be a thugster just like me. If I could teach the whole world to be a thug in harmony, then I would teach the whole world to be a thugster just like me. How many more days on this little dirt can you see you blindly? So we should get ready for Armageddon, cause I know God should be ready to roll. Ready to wicked, it's just like Mr. Policeman. And don't confuse with it, fuck up your foot in the air, then pray for the politicians freely. Get an amen. The last days of the last days.
That's why I'm holding on to my soul. 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 I'm holding on to my soul.
let yellow win. That's what I'm called flip. That's flipping. Good shot. I went to the wrong side. There you go, 1-1. I'm still here, man.
We got some waffles in there. Would you like the waffles?
All right. I ain't gonna take them. Let him get it. Let him get it. Let him win it. Let them win this one, man. For the money to be straight. Get Check here, guys. And y'all Billy. Wanted to be tied up. Get off that roof. Let y'all win now. Because I did. Get it.
say goodbye. Should've known better when you came around that you were gonna make me cry. It's breaking my heart to let you run me wild, 'cause I know that you never lie. That's okay, baby, that's fine. You don't need to find way back around. Way back around.
Have you ever thought about flipping a house or investing in rental real estate as cash flow for you? Well,
y'all doing something, but y'all not. Y'all just showing that y'all stupid ass kids that just like to win. That's all they're showing, that y'all stupid ass kids that just like to win. But y'all stupid by default. Could have made at least $200,000 off of that. But when y'all get odds like that against y'all, y'all always quit. They go to show you how stupid of kids y'all are. As soon as y'all get a situation like that, y'all quit. That go to show y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of stupid little kids that shouldn't be on a game that's hiding y'all vocabulary can even much comprehend. I'm just saying, a lot of y'all kids shouldn't be on this game because y'all your minds ain't developed enough for you to understand, overstand, and understand to get exactly what this game is doing to you mentally and physically. That's why you always want to go to freedom way and just be shooting each other and shit, just to be shooting. Shit crazy. But as soon as y'all get the odds against y'all like that, y'all be quitting. Oh, y'all kids. So.
Looking for the right flight? With so many different options, it's hard to know if you found the right one. Start your travel search with Kayak. Kayak searches hundreds.
Oh, shit. Keep it moving. Who's first up to that? Oh well, mute him. Man, let's make some money, man. If everybody gets a win at the end, we're going to have big money, almost $200,000. But if one team win all the motherfucking things, there ain't going to be no money to be made like that there, and ain't everybody going to be happy. It's just a fucking game. Y'all stupid kids don't know that shit, and then some of y'all stupid adults, y'all just stupid because the kids done taught y'all how to be stupid. Because winning ain't everything. It isn't. Coming together to get some shit done, that is. That's what I'm talking about. It's almost even. Almost even. See, I ain't shoot nobody. I just ran around. Man, let them win one, man. Two. They say win. Can't you see that? They ain't got the feeling to win. All they're gonna do is win one at least, shit, or two or three. Gotta get over there now. Now get it. Don't shoot me till I get over there, man. Shit. Cause you shoot me now, they gonna get it back from y'all. And then y'all ain't gonna win. Nah, shoot me, hurry up, shoot me. Oh, them boys ain't gonna let y'all get me. I'm trying to bring them to y'all, y'all trying to shoot me. Wait till I got to y'all. Then kill me. Good, there y'all go. There y'all go. My bad, I forgot I was fucking with your man. Now y'all bitch. Y'all can handle them dudes. Why y'all shoot me, man? I ain't gonna fuck with y'all. Phil, win the game. You know they can't handle y'all. What y'all think? See, look at the money. See, that's what I'm saying. Everybody gonna be happy at the end of this. Let them win. Fuck, man. Shit, they can't win, man. They only come beat you up because you shoot me. So I ain't trying to beat nobody, though. Boy made me do. Boy made me break dance. I did the windmill. That's how y'all do that. Work together. Work together. I ain't want that here. Work together. Oh, I seen you pull out that gamma ray. I see that gamma ray. I see you plotting. Ah, you missed me. I'm too fast. Too fast. Too fast. Too fast. Look. Start to win again. Start to win this round. Shoot me, look. My gun's gone. Come get it. Come get it. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? There you go. There you go. Come to you. Yeah. Hide behind the thing. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Don't get killed. There you go. Right here. Come shoot me. Come get me. Come get me. Somebody come get me. I'm hiding where you come get me. Yeah. 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 Y'all at? Y'all ain't got killed? Oh, y'all ain't got killed? Oh, them dudes are beasts. Yeah, come. I can't even get the pill and get to y'all. They attack y'all. Oh, you gonna kill me? I was helping y'all. I was going to show y'all. Sorry, too. On my way, shoot me again. I'm looking dead at you. I got to pull my camera out. Oh, you call me use my camera, huh? I ain't mad at you. You cut my little throat. Oh, yeah. Hear me. Damn, now, I mean, shit, I can't even see the damn thing. These boys are beast. I can't drop it off yet, nothing. I mean, they don't want y'all to win no game. Do you see how much money we could have made, bro, if you let everybody make some money, man? We could have been getting at least $200,000. They couldn't beat us, so why not let them win so everybody could be happy at the end, man? Bullshit. You see they ain't got enough fucking people. Cause you know when this fucking tide's turning, you on the other fucking side of that motherfucking shoe, you don't like being there. That's too fucking selfish. That's the reason why the world's so fucked up now. And see, if y'all kids gonna be damn, y'all ain't supposed to be on this game, but y'all gonna be on here. That part of y'all can't get fucked up already. Shit. That means that by the time you become a fucking adult, you done got fucked up off this fucking game. Because this game don't have no fucking sharing in it. Only good time they got on this game is when you come together to do a fucking mission. And then everything else is bullshit. Because you're shooting each other. For what? Nothing. Tell we can make a lot of money, man, if we lay up there and do this shit against the fucking game instead of going against each other. Fuck, we already shooting each other on the fucking game. But the money to be made is to make the money as long as you can stay on the motherfucking game. And have fun on the fucking game. But one-sided is one-sided. That's bullshit. Y'all made it interesting. Nighttime. Alright. Alright. Oh, but I still run around this bad boy. Y'all can win that first. You call me the predator. I'm like a predator. I'm like a predator. I'm like a predator. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, you put that gun on me. Our boy put some hands on you, though. I already know y'all can't win, so I'm gonna have fun just running around. Y'all got that pill, alright, alright. Y'all better get me. Y'all coming. Okay, y'all come. Okay. jump. Come on, Purple, we ain't gonna be doing that shit again, man. You don't need to win all the motherfuckers. I'm gonna live there. Alright, fuck that. Y'all kill me. I ain't running around. You gotta make it even. There you go. There you go. All right. I owed you that, little daddy. Y'all got that win. Let's go, Aaron. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it competitive. Even if we gotta keep it even, fuck it, keep it even. Stay alone. Stay alone. Come on, man. You too. Uh-oh. Get on top of the truck. You be damn, boy. Business, Aaron. Ain't your business, Aaron. I ain't got nothing to do with that. It's your thing. Y'all want to kill me anyway, huh? I ain't mad at you. Boy, don't be trying to send no posse over here to deal with me. I ain't nobody. But I come and get that bill from you, boy. I come get it from you. I'm cold. I come get some. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Send your whole squad after me. Squad up. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's what I'm talking about. Lead me to that field. Y'all can't win unless we let y'all win. You already know that. Good shot. I gotta stop trying to get so close to y'all, man. I'm having fun with it. Alright. Let's go. Can't be that sneaky. That boy trying to be sneaky. They can't be sneaky. I'm keeping you honest. Fuck that shit. Man, you put up them one album, man. You only got 2 of them, dog. You only got 2 of them. So you both of them on me. Who it was? Boy, that was good cover, baby. That was good cover. That was good cover. That was good cover. That was good cover. I can win this and make purple, good green, yellow, and them boys got landmines now. How they get landmines? How them boys get landmines? Boy, y'all got some luck with y'all. My boy got you right on you. Behind you. And boy got landmines all over the place. That cheating bastard. Got landmines all over the place. Got landmines all over the place. Yeah, I survived landmines, bitches. Cheating bastards. They got landmines all over the place. People got a landmine. That's why y'all gotta cheat to win. That's bad. Now playtime move. Now y'all can't do no more win. Playtime over. And y'all get money. Oh, they let the time run out. Sweet. Everybody getting paid, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, now y'all got two people. I'm gonna stand down. Let y'all battle. But when it come down to winning the last one, it is what it is. We're gonna let y'all win because y'all hung in there. So y'all hang in there, y'all two, and y'all get to win the last one and get the big pot too. I don't care, me. I'm just having fun. Okay, let's go. What is that? That's crazy. Oh, that's phony. That's phony. That's phony. That's phony. That's phony. That's phony. That was phony. That was phony. I'm coming behind y'all. That's phony what y'all doing. Y'all doing some bullshit. Y'all got mind mines all over the place. I see mines everywhere. They got mines everywhere. What kind of bullshit is that? What kind of bullshit is that? They got mines everywhere. Up there. I'll run this way. Oh, I gotta figure it out. Can't tell you y'all. It's cheesy shit y'all be doing. Putting sticky bombs everywhere. It's cheap. Yeah, yo, might well shoot the one on the ground, dead. I'm getting y'all the blue. Run with the can't hide. Shit, cheating again. Cheating again. Oh, this bitch. that ain't me. Computer did that bullshit. I don't stick no middle finger out of nobody. And now everybody happy. We made some money. Except for the people that just quit. That was stupid of them, but like I said again, stupid is what stupid does, and 9 times out of 10 to be a stupid little kid doing stupid shit. The stupid adult being a stupid kid because they don't want to be an adult because this game they can do whatever they want to do on this shit. Where y'all want to go to? Texas, I need to give me something to eat. It's fun to have a whole session to yourself. It's called copyrights, and I'm tripping off of they putting the shit out on the airwaves and putting copyrights on something that somebody already copied somebody else's shit, but all they did was put it together in a unique way of making it their shit. But then when you look at it being out on the airwaves, it's everybody's shit to enjoy, don't you think? This the fucking bullshit that we've been indoctrinated into with these fucked up ass people, boy. It is. Power is a motherfucker, and in the hands of the wrong motherfucker. Every time I think about this is horrible what's happening to us as the sheeple that's supposed to be the fucking people, the ones that make this motherfucker go round. we are allowing a certain amount of motherfuckers to lay up there and say that they feel like we shouldn't be here because they feel like population control should be what they control by killing a whole bunch of motherfucking people off by droves. Fuck that shit. I ain't nobody motherfucking cattle just as well as I ain't nobody motherfucking product to be just killing off just like that. Because I'm sitting here thinking about this bullshit and me not being in the hospital in the last 2.5 years. And the reason why I haven't been in the hospital in the 2.5 last years is because I have been listening to my motherfucking doctors lie to me with that bullshit. Meaning that medication that I've been putting inside my motherfucking body, listening to them and some shit. But oh, do I not know now not to believe in no bullshit. Because I'm not stupid like a fucking child no more. Let me break that shit down to you. Think about it. You've been lied to. You got the TV tell lies to your vision. You got the program that's on the television to program you to want to be a star on the TV. Then you got Walt Disney. You got too much fucking make-believe bullshit to entertain you with for you to lay up there and believe in some God and some fucking Jesus. To not know that the real truth is in you to come out of you. The divine is in you at all time, goes on in your mind, body, and soul. Don't control you. Give you life. Give you free will. Give you the choices to love or hate. Or say you hear voices from Satan or some bullshit. Just to have something to blame some shit on. Just as well as when something good happens to you, you say, oh, thank you, God. And when something bad happened to you, oh, it must have been the devil. That's fucking bullshit that was taught to you as motherfucking children. All the bad that's being done is being done by fucking people. Stop being stupid ass fucking sheeple. Like you can't understand, overstand, and understand that it's all inside of you. There's nothing divine outside of you but what was created for you to enjoy by you, the creator in you, to be a creator too. I died 4 times to know what the truth is, to know that the 4th time I gave up on life. And the creator gave me life back to live straight, not just right. Straight to be able to tell you. It is what it is. And the truth is just that. The truth. You either love or you hate. You can't bounce on both. But you do because you're human. But the Creator is love unconditionally. Meaning the love never stops. It always goes. Just like your heart beats with the magnetic rotational pull of this earth that rotates only one way. Just as well as the Creator love unconditional only creates one way. And that's when that man and that woman come together and create another one or two of themselves. Until we get the truth, to know the truth, to feel the truth, to be the truth, we're going to continue believing in some bullshit. And I say we because I can't say me because I know what the truth is. The truth is, the me is upside down and right side up. It is the W-E, meaning we all as one conscious thinking people living here. To the point where if you snatch the skin off of each and every one of us, we all are red underneath. All of our hearts do one true thing. It beats and pumps the blood. It don't suck it. When I say I love you more than you love you, you can't believe that that's the truth, but you already believe in some bullshit. So I'm just telling you the truth. I care what you think about me, but I care more that you're thinking. Because with me, I'm as straight as an arrow shot at a target, knowing it's going to hit dead in the middle. I am as sharp as a razor that can cut a hair follicle down the middle. Even though I can't read or write, I can articulate everything that the Creator is giving to me to recite. Because I gave up on life and it was given back to me. And I know now what the truth is in the Creator of me. And it's not just being my mom and my dad. I know the Creator of all that has been created and will be created, even if our ass is not here to see it. I know not to fear death because death is part of living. And why would you fear something as far as you was born here not knowing shit? So what are you fearing when you don't know shit? Because if you fearing death to where you're gonna go, you didn't know where you came from when you got here, so why are you worrying about where you go when you leave here unless you're doing something fucked up? And that's when the shit changes. And that's when you gonna get your own self due. Because we live in a circle of life to the point where the Creator is just the Creator. The Creator isn't like your mother or your father. So why do you get on your knees and say, Our Father who art in heaven, when you know you have a Father right here on earth? Even if He's not a father to you. The Creator is just the Creator. This God and this Jesus bullshit, that was some bullshit created just to fucking control you. Y'all might be saying, ooh, look at the language that they're using. Fuck you. But I'm saying it in the way to talking to you like y'all children. Because it seems like y'all can't understand, overstand, and understand rational talking to you. So I have to basically chastise y'all through the bullshit that y'all was taught as far as the language is concerned. But the truth is just that, the truth. We come from two loving people, a woman and a man and a woman. No other way did we come here. But a certain amount of men got jealous of that woman and decided that they wanted to be the Creator. That's where you got God being a man, God being the original Creator. When God is amongst all the different gods that was created by man. See, the Creator stands alone second to no God or any of those bullshit sayings or any of those other creations that man created. I'm just saying. When you know what you're talking about, you could be able to articulate it to the point where a person can understand, to overstand, to understand, to get it. The dumbest person. And I'll say it again, the dumbest person. Because this is not rocket science. Feel your chest. Then ask yourself the question, where do your heart beat at? Inside you or outside you? So therefore, the most divine thing that there is inside of you. The most divine thing that there is your mind, and it is inside of you. For them to put a God in the sky, being in the heavens above, is the bullshit that they taught to you as children. Because this is when we was the most impressionable. This is the best time to indoctrinate somebody with any type of bullshit. Because the first day here, you was giving your mama's birthday when you didn't do shit to deserve a birthday. You was just born, an empty glass waiting for some truth and to give somebody a headache to, even though you are their joy. But their joy could end up being more than what they bargained for if they didn't come together in the Creator's name, knowing that they was in love, knowing the responsibility of coming together in the Creator's name of love making, not God making, not Jesus making. That's all categorizations and names that they put on a game that they playing with your brain and your heart. It is what it is. It's time for us to wake up, pick up the vibrations, and be smart. Because we was taught to be stupid fucking sheeple. And a lot of us are stuck on stupid, don't want to be straight, because straight is going to show you've been stupid for a long time. And a lot of y'all just don't want to see yourself looking like that there because y'all feel fine. But really, we all are sick. We sick from the pollution that's in the air. We sick from the pollution that's in the water. We sick from the pollution that's coming from our earth. Why do you think another planet is deserted? Because we killed that planet exactly how we're going to kill this one. But one thing about love, unconditional feeling, being the Creator. The Creator going to create no matter what we do to this one. It might take a long time, like the Creator took to create us to be the greatest creations of all, the conscious thinking humans living here. But the Creator will create it again, even if we aren't here. Because it was a man that laid up here and made us all think that it was a man in heaven, when you already know if the Creator was any sexes, it would be a woman and not a man. Because all the compassion and love comes from a woman in the form of a baby. This is the only time when the divine is when 1 plus 1, a positive and a negative and a positive, coming together to equal 1, being 2. That's the divine. Being the one and only feeling that's real. And that's love unconditional, that you can never control. When I say I love you, I can dislike some of the things that you do. But it is what it is, and the truth is the truth. I never hate you no more. Because to dislike what you do is just to tell you, you just doing exactly what you was taught. You was taught to be stupid, so you're doing some stupid shit. So I'm just telling you that the shit is stupid, and let me explain to you why it's stupid. Because if you can't explain the reason why you're doing a thing, you are stupid. It is what it is. Because most people jump into doing shit and not knowing the reason why they're doing it, and then get fucked up in it, and then think about it, and then say, damn, that was stupid, because you didn't take the time out to know that it was something that you didn't need to do. Simply because of the fact that, I say it again like I said before, you didn't take the time out to know. You went with the bullshit of being a child and believing in the shit. Just like believing in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy. You cannot sit there and believe in everything that you're hearing. Because I don't even talk to y'all ass no more. I talk straight to y'all hearts. Because y'all ass is so full of shit. I mean, it's just full, compacted of the bullshit that we was taught. I'm so glad that the Creator gave me the reason why I didn't learn how to read or write. Because if I would have learned how to read or write like most people learned how to read or write, I wouldn't know who to give the glory to, being the creator of all the stories that we've been given since day one of the lies in the beginning. I ain't gotta lay up there and tell no lie to you. You give me what would be my reason? What would be my motivation for what I tell you? But for you to know the truth, for you to empower you, to have you realizing for a change. When you think for yourself, you're going to realize that people lie and numbers don't. I'm Mr. Glasses, and I love you more than you love you. The truth is the truth, and the truth will set you free. And the only place where you can be free at to have a change and a new start at, and it will be in your heart. The only thing that's in the body that's smart, because it do what it's supposed to. It pumps the blood. It don't suck it. So I say to most of you that's afraid of dying, why? How can you live if you're afraid to die when it's part of living? But if you're afraid to die and don't have a real reason why you're afraid to die, once again, you're stupid. Because to be afraid to not know where you go and to know not, very afraid that, to be afraid of not knowing where you go when you die and not know where you came from when you got here. Come on now. The truth is the truth. What good did you do while being here? What are you doing to show the Creator love, unconditional feeling in you, with you, at all times? You appreciate life, the free will, and your choices. There's nothing outside you to be praying to. You don't hear no fucking voices. Your heart, the vibrations, the electricity, the thoughts. This is all the divine. There's nothing outside you but the bullshit that's trying to kill you. And that's the bullshit that they're feeding you all the way around the fucking board. I'm talking about from the air we breathing to the water we drinking to the shit that's coming from the earth. They done tainted basically every fucking thing to being basically no good. I'm just saying, we got chemicals in everything. We're breathing them out. We're breathing them in. It's nothing but the love unconditionally from the Creator that you still breathing. Nothing to do with this God or this Jesus bullshit that they've been feeding us. That's some other motherfucking man's fucking fucked up ass story for us to fucking believe in. Let that shit go. It goes with Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the fucking Tooth Fairy. Let that shit go. I know it fucking sounds scary, but the truth is in you to come out of you. It ain't got shit to do with some goddamn story that somebody created for to give the glory to some fucking man in heaven. When you sit there and you think about it, you gotta go through the Son to get to the Father. Do you hear what I just said? You gotta go through the Son. And I am not talking about our S-U-N, the one and only Son without a mother or a father, with a Creator. So like I said again, they put in the Bible, you have to go through the Son to get to the Father. Do you see? That's nothing but their codes. That's their codes. Just like in the beginning they said that God walked on earth with Adam, and Adam told God that he was lonely, and God took a rib out of Adam. Once again, a man going in a man. Then you got your Michelangelo picture. A guy reaching down, laying on a cloud to Adam's finger, and Adam's buck naked, reaching up with his finger to touch fingers. Where the fuck is Eve? Like I said again, while we was thinking this was something else entirely. What I mean by that, when we was thinking that this was the racist white supremacist system that we were living in, that was just some bullshit that was sugar-coated. The real shit underneath all that bullshit is the real issue is this here. The movement wasn't the racist white supremacist movement. It was the gay mafia's movement of how they was going to move in and change everything, the fabric of life around. And when I say they changed the fabric of life around, when you think about one way to create without a material motive with life is when you are making love, knowing each other, knowing the responsibility of coming together, literally coming together in the Creator's name to two being one, divine one, all the same, in order to make another one out of two, or three, or four, or however it goes with the Creator creating it. I'm just saying, when you look at the gay mafia's agenda of changing everything that comes into this world from Mother Nature, from Mother Earth, from a woman given the perfect birth, being the only conscious thinking human living here as a creator. A man ain't nothing but a donator to that creator. Once again, the man is nothing but a donator to the creator, being the woman. And until you women stop being as stupid as we was taught for you to be stupid and take your place as the queen of the universe, simply because when you look at all that has been created for us to enjoy, you got Mother Earth, Mother Nature. What do the ants do for the queen? What do the bees do for the queen? You got those four things to the point where what do the man do to the queen? Do you see the change from for the queen to shortchanging the queen to the queen? So you say to yourself, when you think to yourself, if you really gonna think for yourself, why is it my birthday when I was just born? Once again, why is it my birthday when I was just born? What is the significance of me being given my mama's birthday? What is the significance of two things happened on that day? I was born to breathe on my own. My mama birthed me. Once again, I was born to breathe on my own. My mama birthed me. Once my mama put in the work for me to be here, it's her birthday, not mine. It's my born day, so it's supposed to be happy born day to me and happy birthday to my mom. That just goes to show you how much the man twisted this all up to take that glory away from the only conscious thinking creator here on earth. He threw, this is crazy for us to even believe in this shit. He throws the credit of the conscious thinking creator here on earth straight into the fucking heavens with a man putting in all the fucking work. Do y'all see the bullshit once you realize that the creator is neither man nor woman, black nor white? Why would they give the creator the sexes of a man if they didn't have an agenda for not giving the respect and all of that credit to that woman? Why? Is the question that you don't ask. You don't ask the good questions. You ask the bullshit questions because you're asking the question that you was taught to ask. The question that you should ask, you don't ask because you're scared. I say it again, because you're scared. You're scared to ask the real questions. And the real question is, why do you believe in what someone else is telling you when you see the holes in the bullshit? Who is in between you loving you? If you don't know, you don't know. But if you say nobody, that means you know a little more than you thought you knew. But if you put God and Jesus there, all I'm going to do is tell you, yep, that's what you was taught to do. And then I'm going to ask you, give me your reason why. And if you can't give me a reason why you believe in God and Jesus and the devil, I'm going to tell you it's all because of your belief system and what you was taught to have faith in. Meaning, look at all the people that have faith in the bullshit for someone to live and say that that's God's will for someone to die a horrible death by the hands of another person. Man, fuck you and the rest of that bullshit. Because I mean to be cursing. Because we were born into words and cursing, so my words that I'm saying don't mean shit. It just lay up there and rub people the wrong way because they full of shit. So like I said again to you people, I love you more than you love you. I wouldn't be telling you the truth every day that I'm breathing. Because I know when I gave up life, I know then I wasn't cheating. Because I gave my life up with free will. Because I was tired of this bullshit. And I had been going into the fucking hospital too motherfucking much. But once the Creator gave me the touch to knowing and not to believing in nothing, to know some real stuff and not to be believing some bullshit, it is me to be able to articulate and explain to you a lot of real, I could well say some real nice shit. Because we are in this big old bowl of bullshit up to our eyeballs. But to know where the Creator comes from, and to be able to tell y'all where the Creator comes from, is for you to not want to believe me. Because you don't have to believe me. Because you're going to believe whatever you want to believe anyway. But I guarantee what I say to you right now is going to make all the sense in the world. The Creator was created out of nothing but a feeling of being alone. So when the Creator created itself out of nothing but the feeling, what is that feeling that created the whole universe? Wasn't no fucking Big Bang fucking theory. They always want shit to blow the fuck up. It was as soft as a woman is soft in an orgasm with a man supposed to be the threshold. I say again, it is as soft as the Creator was created out of nothing but that divine orgasm between that man and that woman. That feeling that these two people come together in the Creator's original name, love, to be making in the Creator's original name, love, making to be able to create one of the same of each other. Created out of nothing. But two loving each other. From one divine Creator inside all of us at one time. Meaning, the divine is in you, not outside you. Only thing outside you is the bullshit to confuse you to not know the truth within you. Why do you think that I'm Mr. Glasses for you? Why do you think I'm a cold day for you? Why do you think I can give you full periods of your life? Why do you think I can give you 4 words beginning with L, ending with E, that can sum your life up from beginning to ending in 4 stages, and it makes sense for you to see. And then 1 word, 4 letters that sums up how it all came to be here, and it happens to be the Creator's original name before man changed it. It's wild, we people. Mind-boggling. Shit we live in, people been lying to us all this time. To us, just like being entertained by the bullshit. Eventually we're going to realize, we're going to wake up. Hopefully it won't be too late and shit. And you see, I say hopefully. I didn't say I hope. I say hopefully. I put a Lee on the back of that bad boy, because hope for shit and it don't come. That means you didn't go towards it to get it. I say again, hope for shit and it don't come. That means you didn't go towards it to get it. So you wouldn't have to hope for it. I'm just saying what the Creator gave me to say to you. Hey, I let it flow through me like water. It is what it is. You're going to believe whatever you want. The truth is the truth, period. When you look at, the truth don't change. And when you look at the things that can change dealing with religion, it should give you something to think about for yourself, for real though. It should. Because when someone dies, for instance, I used to be confused because of the way that I used to handle it. But now it's something totally different, the way I see it. So the truth is the truth when you look at it. I got it. So I think I still got some. I still got some. Boy, you was using all kind of shit on your face, huh, boy? Boy, riding on the train. Now y'all act like slavery was a long time ago. Now y'all act like Holocaust was a long time ago. Now y'all act like September never happened. You act like September 11th never happened. That shit happened. And when you don't address a thing in a circle of life, in a circle, that thing is bound to repeat itself. That's what I'm telling you. All the dead plants are dead because we killed them. Same way we about to kill them. I don't want her to fear that. I just want her to be aware of something.
Hi. So long.
We are allowing this shit to happen. The people that can finally change some shit. Because it's real bullshit that we are allowing this shit to happen. Oh, it's nothing but a bunch of sheeple. People. It don't make no sense neither. It don't. It's like this planet is big enough for everybody. More than big enough. But a certain amount of people just want to rule. They want to rule shit. make you wonder what's the real reason why they put all these animal masks and shit on these games. Let me tell you the real reason why they put animal masks and shit on these games. All that evil cult shit. They want to see y'all running around with their shit on. So I guarantee you, each one of those elitists put these little masks on here that they run around with them. Because that's how fucking perverted their minds are. And I could say that all this twisted up bullshit is really Obama's fault. He the one that passed same-sex marriage. That was the beginning of the bullshit right there. Ain't no man and man supposed to get married. Ain't no woman and woman supposed to get married. I think for the stay exactly how it was from the beginning. Oh, things changed. Yeah, things changed, but not that thing. That was done by the Creator. And who created at the beginning? I say again, I was the Creator, and those two people at the beginning. Believe it or not, there's no puppet master to this puppet show. The puppet master is in you. To know that it is divine that you're doing with straight and not with that right. So, how could somebody do something for the Creator when they're doing it to get some kind of material gain? That's when you believe that it's God. When you know that the Creator is in thyself, when you do something for somebody, you ain't looking at the materialistic gain, because you're doing it from your heart. It is what it is.
I got you in a little bit.
Hmm?
I'm gonna go pick it up.
And I don't think it's the top for this damn popcorn.
Hmm?
I don't know if that's the top for that damn thing. I tried to
I
push
don't
it.
know.
I tried to push the thing, I almost broke that top.
I'm gonna look to see if there's another
Let's
top
see if not just put it in separate, some smoke.
and another one.
Yeah.
Well, let me not even look for the top. I'm just gonna take the book.
Mm-hmm.
I got you some salad and stuff prepared because I'm gonna leave, but I won't be back. I'm gonna go on that side closer for me to get to work in the morning. But I'm gonna set you up.
For sure.
Jess.
Legs back, everything.
Do you need some sunlight?
Like I said, I did not move around as much when I got it. That doesn't ain't it, yeah. Move like I move, you know.
Hmm?
I said I'm gonna move around, though.